So we will call this hearing of the Governor's Council to order. I'm going to begin by reading a letter from the governor regarding the nominee we're here for today. Dear councilors, pursuant to the provisions of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 27, Section 4, I'm pleased to nominate Rafael Ortiz for appointment to the position of Parole Board member. Should the council confer its advice and consent, the nominee's term will commence immediately and expire 5 years from the date of appointment. I appreciate your consideration. This nominee resume is attached to review. Sincerely, Maura T. Healy. Good morning. We're here to.
Good morning.
I understand you've brought witnesses on your behalf to offer statements, and I think one of them is remote on telephone. So we were going to go to him first, if that's okay, before we introduce other folks.
Thank you.
Okay. So. Retired Judge Luis Perez, do we have you on the line right now? Mr. Ortiz, let's call your next witness while we wait to hear if Judge Perez is on. Is that okay? Okay.
Of course. Yes. Judge Atty Murata.
Judge Murata, thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't expect to be back before you so soon, but I'm honored and humbled again. It's a little bit ironic for me because Judge Perez, who is trying to call in, came and spoke on my behalf 13 years ago. And the seat that I occupy was formerly occupied by Judge Perez. So I'm happy to be back here to speak on behalf of our friend and colleague, Rafael Ortiz. I've known Mr. Ortiz for more than 25 years, and I've had countless professional interactions with him. I can personally attest to his professionalism, character, and demeanor. When I first met Rafael in the mid-1990s, I was a defense attorney and had just begun representing juveniles charged with crimes in the Fitchburg District Court. Having dealt exclusively with district court probation officers before that, I was pleasantly surprised to meet a probation officer who was more interested in helping kids stay out of court rather than punishing them for their mistakes. I know that's a well-settled principle in juvenile court today, but it really was a rare quality among probation officers 25 years ago. Rafael Ortiz quickly became the probation officer that I wanted assigned to my kids. Not because he was a pushover, but because of his empathy and compassion for the children that he worked with. Rafael has a tremendous ability to relate to and effectively communicate with the youth that he supervises. I've always admired the way that he connects with them and they with him. In 2001, I traded in my defense attorney card for a prosecutor's badge. With my new perspective, suddenly Rafael didn't seem that smart anymore. I say that completely tongue-in-cheek because even with a different goal in mind, as a prosecutor, I couldn't help but respect how Rafael worked with kids to keep them on the right path. Since 2011, when I was appointed Associate Justice of the Worcester Juvenile Court, my interactions with Probation Officer Ortiz went from occasional to just about daily. I've worked closely with him for the better part of the last 12 years. For the first half of my tenure in Worcester, most of my conversations with Rafael went something like this. I'd say, Rafael, I think this kid might need to be locked up. Rafael would respond by saying, I know, Judge, but. And usually the but was followed by, I can work with this kid. Just give me a chance to help him. He's got a lot going on at home. He needs some guidance. He doesn't have a parent in the home, or whatever the reason might be. He would ask for time and an opportunity to help the kid. He has an ability to see something in many of these kids and reach them in ways that others don't. I can honestly say I don't recall an instance where I regretted giving Rafael an opportunity to work with them. I also knew that if Rafael didn't answer me with a "but judge," that he had done all he could to help a kid, and it was probably time for him to be committed. He has, over his many years of service, developed an ability to distinguish between cases which might simply need a little added attention and encouragement to those which might need more intense supervision and/or court involvement. In those cases in which a goal of rehabilitation simply cannot be achieved. Rafael has a complete knowledge of his field, common sense and practical approach to probation, and a kind and pleasant demeanor. I've had countless opportunities to observe Mr. Ortiz in the courtroom and in the probation department offices. I find him to be extremely knowledgeable in all matters relating to probation, supervision of probationers, and implementation of programming and practices that will give a probationer the opportunity for success while ensuring the safety of the community. Characteristics of empathy, flexibility, fair-mindedness, and reason are characteristics which have made Rafael Ortiz successful in his career. He is a man of integrity, high character, and considerable probation experience. I can say without hesitation that he will be an excellent member of the parole board. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my friend Rafael.
Thank you, Judge. We'll hear from any counselors. Counselor.
I haven't been here in 13 years now. I've been here twice in a month.
Well, it was my honor to vote for you, and you always made me
Thank you.
proud. Tell me, in observing this nominee, what impressed you the most about it?
In my relationship with him through probation, just the way the kids connect with him, and he with kids. It's difficult sometimes, as an authority figure, as a judge, as an older person, for me to always relate to a 14 or 15-year-old kid who's having hard times. But I always was impressed with how Raf just had an ability to connect with them, and they listen to him. They seem to understand him, whether it was he on their level or them on his level. He just had an ability to connect.
That's great. Well, thank you. Your testimony means a lot to me. Thank you for coming.
My pleasure.
Counselor, any other counselors?
Oh, good to see you, Judge.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Judge, thanks for being here twice. It means that Worcester's getting a lot of attention, so we're,
Might be 13 years before I come back, but I'm happy.
let's hope it's sooner.
Iannella will still be here.
My prime.
Before we see
Stride.
Before we see if Judge Perez is on the line, I neglected to open by introducing the council. So to my right, we have Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney, Councilor Christopher Iannella,
One.
Councilor Eileen Duff, Councilor Terry Kennedy, and Councilor Tara Jacobs. And I'm Councilor Paul DePalo. Yes, Councilor.
Make sure the people who are speaking, the people at home keep telling us that they don't know who's speaking because it only shows you or the nominee. About us. Excuse me.
Well,
For the chair. Thank you.
let's see if we have Judge Perez on the line right now. Judge Perez, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can we turn the volume up, Aaron? We
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you, Judge. Good morning.
Great, thank you. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Governor's Council. My name is Luis Perez. I'm a resident of Paxton, Massachusetts. Presently, I'm a practicing attorney with an office at 28 Park Avenue in the city of Worcester. Previously, I served as an associate justice of the Worcester Juvenile Court for 23 wonderful years. I retired in July the year 2010. Today, I appear before you in support of Governor Healey's nomination of Mr. Rafael Ortiz to be a member of the Massachusetts Parole Board. I have personally known Rafael for over 50 years. I first met him when his family relocated to the Worcester area from Puerto Rico. Approximately 28 years ago, I hired Mr. Ortiz as a probation officer at the Worcester Juvenile Court. Mr. Ortiz was one of the top candidates for the position, where over 800 candidates applied for 35 positions. I was impressed by his personal life experiences and his vast knowledge of our complex criminal justice system. Previously, he was employed by the Worcester Public Schools as a teacher. Later, he was hired by the Massachusetts Department of Youth Services as a case worker. Then he relocated to the state of Florida, where he was hired as a probation and parole officer. Upon his hiring, Rafael immediately demonstrated his knowledge and ability to navigate the needs of our vulnerable juvenile population. He was assigned and spearheaded our efforts on a school-based probation intervention program at one of the most troublesome public middle schools in the city of Worcester. The school intervention program was very successful because of him. It was expanded to the other middle schools in the city of Worcester. Rafael is exceptionally responsible to his duties as a probation officer. He is able to interpret and act appropriately on complex issues. Throughout the years, he has been a great resource to the juvenile court. He has gained respect from his colleagues, clients, as well as the community at large. Parole and probation are very similar in the nature of duties and work. I have full confidence on Rafael's abilities, his knowledge and experiences in the criminal justice system, as well as his life experiences, that he will be an outstanding parole board member. He will make sure that all the parties will be heard and respected during the parole process. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak at the special hearing. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to call on me.
Thank you, Judge. Let me see if any counselors have questions for you before we let you go. Any counselors?
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, thank you very much. Your testimony means a lot, and we very much appreciate your support of this nominee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Enjoy your day, Judge.
Okay.
And with that, Mr. Ortiz, one final witness.
One final witness, Jeff Lassie, who I had the pleasure of meeting probably 12 years ago. Thanks to my wife, who asked me, she was so impressed with him when he came to do a presentation at our school that she asked me. And immediately I thought that he would be a great asset to us by sharing his experiences throughout his life.
So Lassie, come on up. Thank you very much for being here this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Ortiz said, my name is Jeff Lassie. From 1999 to 2008, I was W68382. I was an inmate in the Massachusetts prison system. I grew up in Worcester, Mass. with my mother and my father and a sister. My mother was a school teacher in the Worcester Public Schools for 30 years. My father was a well-known electrical engineer. And I had all the tools to succeed in life. And at an age of 16, other things became more important. And I veered off that path and I found myself in some trouble. I was involved in a crime. And during my incarceration, I spent most of my time trying to figure out how I was going to prove to the world that the kid sitting in that cell was not the kid that my parents raised. You know, I took part in every program to better myself, but the one program that had the most impact was a program called Project Youth out of MCI Shirley. Marty Murphy was the staff that ran the program, and I interviewed. They accepted me into the program, and for about 6 years, we'd speak to junior high, high school, college kids, whoever they'd bring into the prison to listen. I would tell my story, and as ashamed as I am and was of what I was involved in, I knew that taking this story to as many kids as I could was my only way to give back. When I was released in 2008, life was very different. I went in at a young 17-year-old boy and came out as a 26-year-old man. And I had to hit the ground running, I had to find employment. I was lucky enough to be accepted into the Electricians Union, Local 96 in Worcester, where I went to school for 5 years, changed my work hours and school hours, became a licensed electrician. And along the way, I just kept reaching out, trying to talk to kids. And not many people wanted to give me that opportunity until I met this gentleman, John O'Neill, at a Sullivan Middle School, who brought me to Mr. Ortiz's wife's school. And, I remember when I get in there, she kind of, thanked me. And then already began to apologize that these kids probably weren't going to listen and they were hard kids. And, you know, I get up there and I spoke, and you could have heard a pin drop. You know, Mr. Ortiz was invited by his wife to come hear me speak. The next day, I got a phone call saying, we'd love to bring you down to the courthouse. He had me speak to, I think, a small group of kids, but more so some prosecutors and judges. And right after I was done, Judge Erskine brought me into her chambers with Mr. Ortiz and was like, what do you need? And I think she was referring to financial reimbursement. I said, I'll never take $1, just keep bringing me kids. And we developed a program called GRASP, which was gaining respect and solving problems. And week after week, month after month, he would call me up, got another group, and I would go in and talk to these kids and their parents. Judge Murata got on board, and, you know, they fed me a lot of ears to talk to. And, you know, when Mr. Ortiz called me up and told me he was considering this, I was ecstatic for him. You know, I had gone through the system, sat in front of the parole board. I couldn't think of anybody more perfect, qualified, you know, embodying all the characteristics to sit on that board. He never cut me a break. You know, it was kind of to get up there and talk, and it's very emotional for me to talk about this, as you can see today. But he would pull the hardest things for me to talk about out of me, because he knew that's what those kids needed to hear. For the letter of recommendation from Mr. Ortiz, I think I cried from the beginning of it to the end. You know, never would I have thought that somebody would want me to be a character witness or write a letter of recommendation, but that in itself is why Mr. Ortiz couldn't be any more perfect for this position. You know, he's not impressed by your title. He's not impressed by your financial situation or your clothes. He's impressed by your character and what you stand behind. And he got on board with my mission, and he fueled it, and I'm forever grateful for that. You know, we've kind of parted ways. He's on to a different courthouse, but, you know, he always checks in, make sure things are still going smooth, and I'm more than honored to be here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think comments or questions from some of my colleagues. Councilor Devaney.
I'm very impressed with you. Congratulations. You must be proud. And this must be very difficult for you to come here. But I'm going to tell you, your testimony is the most meaningful. It's the most meaningful. And if we could have the highest person in the world sitting here, but you are the most important in this nominee. And it really is wonderful to have him come and talk about you. Now, tell me, what do you feel is it, that you're going through all of this? What characteristics does this nominee have that got you through this, that you know, you did good for the people and they failed you? How is he different?
I think Mr. Ortiz is a very good judge of character and is willing to put himself out there if he knows that you're trying to accomplish something that he can get on board with. And at the same time, there was a point in time when they came and they wanted to do an article about what I was doing in the court. And the reporter that they brought in had covered my case and was not, you know, was only doing her job, but wasn't the kindest to me or my family. The embarrassment I brought on my family is something that I still, you know, hold. But she promised the judge and Mr. Ortiz, it was going to be a positive article, and they wrote the article, and I got phone call after phone call of how amazing it was. And I went into the comments section, and there was numerous people just, you know, who would ever want to hear him speak? Who would ever give him a job as an electrician? You know, he should have stayed in prison forever. And it's the section I should have never clicked on. And I wanted to quit. You know, I didn't want to do it anymore. Why am I going to keep putting myself out there? At the time, I just had my first child, my son. And I thought to myself, like, I just keep bringing attention to myself, like, and other people are going to suffer for it. And I remember Mr. Ortiz said, you know, anytime you're doing something great in this world, there's going to be opposition. He said, but when you quit, they win.
That's right, that's right.
And
But I'll tell you, it's very important for you to talk to children in the school. Because you are a role model, because you want them to know that they can overcome whatever obstacles they have in their life. Look what you have done. And I'm going to tell you, and I have said this before, we need someone like you on the parole board, who understands and who believes in second chances. And I have lobbied for that, and I hope that we will, get someone with that experience, and you've walked in their shoes and you understand. This took a lot for you to come, and I'll tell you, I have such admiration for you, respect, and really. And there again, the union came through.
they did.
I'm a strong union person, and it just shows you that there are kind people that understand and believe in second chances. And how many look back and think they could have walked in your shoes too. But thank you. It's very meaningful to me, your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Kennedy.
I just want to echo what Councilor Devaney said. I think that your testimony was actually very powerful. When you said that you couldn't believe that somebody would want you to be a character witness, I think you're the perfect character witness. With all due respect to the judges, that a lot of respect for them, your testimony was actually more powerful. Because you've been through it. It's been a long time since you were incarcerated at this point. Can I ask you, how's that had an impact on your life today in terms of getting jobs?
Yeah.
Is it still affecting you?
Oh, absolutely. The world's always going to remind me of what I've done. Just this past summer, I'm a foreman for Oshawa Electric company out of Worcester, and we got 2 jobs, one in Winchester and one in Chelmsford. And over the summer, school's vacant. I fill out the query, and they immediately, Winchester sent back that I was not allowed to work in their school department. And then Chelmsford actually had me go in, sat down with a few people from the town administration, and poured my guts out. They're calling me the next day and say, yeah, sorry.
New friend's going to have a big role in part, and you should talk to him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
I've got a 12-year-old son. I've got a 8-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old daughter.
You're wonderful.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Lassie.
Could make me cry.
Before we move on, I just want to ensure there's no witnesses here opposed to the nominee. And there being none, Mr. Ortiz, now's your chance.
Get nervous?
Covers all its bases. So you have a short statement to offer before we hear from the council?
I do. Good morning.
Mr. Ortiz, could I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sorry, yes.
Introduce the folks. It's my oversight. If you want to introduce the folks you have here, you're more than welcome to.
Yes, I have my wife Ann, sister-in-law Jean, and one of my best friends, Candido, came to support me today, yeah, as well as my witnesses. Good morning. I want to take this opportunity to express how grateful and honored I am to the council for allowing me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be considered as a member of the Massachusetts Parole Board. Thank you, Governor Healy, Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, as well as the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel, Deputy Legal Counsel, and their staff for guiding me through this journey. Thank you, Councilor Paul DePalo, for your encouragement and support. To my wife, Ann, for her patience and never letting me give up. To my children, my parents, and my siblings. To my friends, for the continued support and encouragement. To retired Judge Luis Perez, who's been my friend, my mentor, to whom if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here today. To the great people I met, on time to support and listen to me, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now, just a little bit about myself. I was born in Puerto Rico. I grew up in a dairy farm. While I was there, I remember my father would get up around 3 in the morning every single day, including weekends, to go to work at the dairy farm. Childhood in Puerto Rico, even though it was short, that's something that I always remember and cherish. I just turned 11 years old. My parents decided that to move to Massachusetts. We first lived in Holyoke, Mass for several months, then eventually settled in Worcester. This was a very different world to me. New language, snow, cold weather, adjusting to the fast pace, meeting new friends, family. Although there were many struggles, financial, language, education, and housing, my parents always found a way to provide for our family. I come from a very humble and close-knit family. My father has a 6th grade education. My mother attended school only until the 3rd grade, where she could no longer attend because she needed to care for her siblings, younger siblings. My father has always worked, like I said, in the dairy farm, factories, wherever he could find work to support the family. My mother found ways to help, holding our jobs, but she was always home when we came home. She was always available when we came home from school. I consider myself very fortunate, despite the fact that money was very tight. I was raised in a loving and stable home. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. 3 reside in Worcester, and 1 resides in Florida. Today, I look back at my life and realize how lucky I am to have parents and be close to my brothers and sisters. I have a daughter I had when I was 19 years old. I also have 2 other children, a son and a daughter. It hasn't been easy for me, especially growing up and struggling in school because of my language barrier. I personally have faced adversity, racial bias in school, in the community, and even in my job. I attended elementary school in Puerto Rico. I attended middle and high school in Worcester Public Schools. But I'll never forget, while in high school, asking a guidance counselor about attending college because my parents had no idea they were about education. The answer I got from that guidance counselor was that I should join the military because I was not cut out for college. Thank God I didn't listen to him. And with the encouragement of one of my best friends, I applied to UMass Amherst, was accepted, received a bachelor's degree in legal studies. I also attended Anna Maria College and pursued a master's degree in criminal justice. Well, my job, I also had the pleasure and rewarding experience to have numerous master's level interns in my career from the same college, Anna Maria. During my time at the Department of Youth Services, which was my first job actually after teaching, I became passionate about the juvenile justice system. I worked at the Department of Youth Services for about 3 years before relocating to Florida. I was lucky to be hired by the Department of Corrections. I successfully graduated from the Parole and Probation Academy and began my career in probation and parole as a probation and parole officer for the next 5 years. After that time, I returned back to Massachusetts, where I was fortunate enough to be hired as a juvenile probation officer during the juvenile court expansion. During my time at the juvenile court, I was instrumental in developing and participating in numerous prevention programs. GRASP, we had early intervention, nightlight program, Team Ride, all those programs which were very instrumental in curbing cases to the juvenile court. In closing, I look forward to being a small part in Governor Sealy's administration vision to address the glaring racial bias and disparities in the criminal justice system. I'm certain that under this administration, there appears to be a bright light, a bright future and commitment to racial equality, not only in criminal justice system, but in education, health, and our community in general. Using clemency, for example, part of commutation of realistic goals of prison reform and reduce overcrowding, modernizing the guidelines to make sure there's for the fairness in clemency petitions for more successful reentry. I believe that we all deserve to live safely and thrive in our communities. Many of the families, I believe that Many of the families and children that I dealt with throughout my career suffer significant mental health issues, substance abuse, trauma, and social economic adversities. In my career, I have learned how to view society through a different lens. I can relate to their struggles because I have lived it, dealing with family members with mental health and substance abuse problems. I'm committed to working in a team environment and culturally diverse, in a team-oriented and culturally diverse environment. Assisting in communicating Parole's vision of social and cultural diversity. I'm committed to the mission of the Parole Board to promote public safety through supervised conditional release of inmates to the community. If given the opportunity to become a member of the Parole Board, I promise to examine and analyze each individual's history before the board to the best of my ability. I will continue to set appropriate conditions that are realistic and in the best interest of the community. I'll be honored to become a Parole Board member and pledge to maintain the compassionate judgment this job calls for. Thank you so much, and I look forward to giving the opportunity and also to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Before we get to the counselors, when it's my turn to come around, I'm gonna just read off the many names that submitted letters on your behalf. But rather than read those now, we'll start with any counselors who have questions. And I nearly forgot the proper order. Councilor Jacobs. Councilor Jacobs.
Thank you. I will actually say the inbox has been absolutely flooded with a crazy number of supporting letters of recommendation and words of enthusiastic support. So that says a lot. I want to start off by saying thank you for coming out. I appreciated sitting down with you. We had a very rich, informative, and moving conversation with each other. We talked about a lot of things. And I got a true sense of who you are and how you are. And so I just want to say thank you for that, because it really, very memorable conversation we had. I'm going to start off with what I told you I was going to complain about. All the things wrong with you. You're not from Western Mass, which is just a big, huge strike against you. But having said that, you are from Central Mass, which also really deserves a seat at the Parole Board. So I'll give you a slight pass on that particular complaint. I really wanted to see someone with incarcerated experience nominated to the Parole Board. So you disappoint me there as well, as I told you. I'm hopeful there's a bill asking to expand the Parole Board to 9 that actually codifies having someone with incarcerated experience. I hope it gets support. I hope it gets attention. I hope soon to find we're able to meet my desire, which I know is reflected widespread across people who pay attention to such things. Having said that, the other thing about you that I was disappointed was, we just had a probation officer and it felt duplicative. However, our discussion around it, and if you'd like to take a minute just to share sort of your thoughts on how and why you're different and how and why you'll be a value add, the way you answered me when we discussed it really resonated with me and was persuasive. So I think it's worth giving you this moment in this forum to advocate on your own behalf for why your presence will be a positive addition to the board.
Well, as I mentioned, and thank you, and as I mentioned to you, I think, working with adults and working with juveniles is, totally different. I mean, we get to see they grow up or they go to school, their parents, the trauma that they go through, and how they end up in the system in prison. enjoy working with these families. Sometimes it's very difficult for them to navigate through the system. And I understand that. I see it almost on a daily basis. That is, we have so many agencies that should be helping, but unfortunately, there's so many barriers that it almost makes it impossible for them to do it on their own. So, I have made so many connections in the community, for so many families to the correct agencies to get help. So I think that I bring a different perspective to the board, especially now with the Mattis decision, where I believe that there's going to be so many people that are eligible for parole in the next few years. I can remember having some kids on probation that qualified for that, actually, that I know. And I remember there was this 9-year-old that I met. He ran away, the police picked him up, and he was so small, and we got to know him. And throughout the years, unfortunately, he became more involved in the system. He came from a single family mother who worked 24 hours a day, so the supervision was minimum. Unfortunately, he ended up in the system. But one thing that I remember is that no matter when I ran to him, before he was sentenced to life in prison, we always had a connection. He always had respect for me. And that's something that I'm also, very proud of, the way I treat, as Judge Marana mentioned, the way I treat the families. I don't have to look over my shoulder thinking that, hey, this person is going to say something because of the way I treat it. I have never had that problem, and it's just who I am.
I appreciate that. I wanted to talk to you about something we didn't talk about when we sat down. It's a story that is recent in the news about the parole board using their parole board staffers being involved. Half of the arrests parole board staff were involved with were not parole involved people. Did you see that story? Have you seen that story?
Yes, I have.
The story?
Yes.
What are your thoughts about what parole staff how they should be conducting themselves, and what their job should be?
Well, I believe that if they work directly for parole, their job is basically to deal with people that have absconded, people that have warrants, people that defaulted. Then I think that should be the first thing they do. I know, I'm familiar with apprehension teams. I know, for example, DYS will have, they will go along with the state police or the local police, but they don't act as police officers. The officers that go with them act as a support. So I think unless you're certified, unless you're a police officer, you shouldn't be arresting anybody that's not on parole. I mean, yes, if there's a problem with the officers needing help, absolutely, they should help. But I don't think parole shouldn't be in the business of arresting just any citizen.
I appreciate that, and I hope that'll be a shift in practice. The story suggested a shift in practice going forward, and I hope that will be the case. Excuse me. We talked about a little bit about, life parole board hearings are public. We can attend, we can watch, we can see what happens. But the rest of the work the parole board does is basically invisible, not open to the public, and happens, it's a mystery what's going on to some degree, and we can only perceive on the back end from the statistics sort of the outcomes that are happening, and we can make assumptions as to why. What is your feeling about having audio recordings of proceedings happen for all parole board hearings, the ones that are private and otherwise?
Well, I'm familiar with life hearings. I attended a couple of them. And also met everyone on the board. They've been very supportive, very accommodating. I believe that whenever there's a proceeding, there should be some type of record someplace. Now, whether it be recorded or otherwise, I mean, that would be something to be considered by the chair or by somebody else. I'm not too familiar with how the process works, but yes, I agree that there should be some type of record kept in terms of any hearing that takes place, especially when somebody's in.
No, I think so as well, honestly. So I appreciate that you share that belief. You mentioned in your statement about the racial disparities, and we talked some as well when we sat down. What, in your perspective, do you bring to the parole board that can move the parole board towards a more equitable outcome board?
Well, racial disparity, I mean, I've been a part of it for all my life. Like I mentioned, in school, society, jobs. I understand the fact that when somebody comes to the door, for example, and they don't see someone that looks like you, they may feel intimidated and I'm not saying that's always the case, but I think that if you have a perspective of where they came from and all their history, for example, the trauma and everything else that comes that they might have experienced. I've always thought of myself as a team player. I get along great with my coworkers, from the support staff to the judges. So I would bring that. I would bring that different point of view and just to let you know, the members of the board that I have met have been incredible. They gel. They've been so welcoming to me, encouraging me. So I think I fit in.
I have no further questions. I appreciate your approach and your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Joseph Ferriera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you.
Thanks to you, sir.
Thank you for speaking for me in length last week. Your journey has been an impressive one from the beginnings. Did you talk about that a little earlier, just before I got here?
I did, yes.
Yes, yeah. So that's really remarkable. You killed a lot of trees. The amount of letters that I got is like unbelievable. I was gonna tell your big proponent here to stop the letters. I've never seen so many letters. We talked about your experience and how much you've done for the community, even outside your role as a probation officer, other programs you started, particularly boxing and things like that, and different programs that you started with people who have been imprisoned and who were going down the wrong road. And in your review of things, like, what do you think is most effective to stop recidivism rate?
Services. If we're going to set a condition on someone, we have to make sure that those services are available. And I was mentioning to Councilor Jacob that the services that we have in Worcester, in this area, they may not be available in the western part of the state. So when we set conditions, we got to be realistic, and we have to know, you got to be familiar with the services that are available. We can't ask someone to do a program when it's not available. What happens, that condition is set. Of course, if they don't comply, that you have to be brought back. So
That's been a concern of mine. So, for 30 years, I was a police officer and chief of police, and all the people we arrested went to Bristol County. And there was a certain Republican sheriff there who just got beat. Now there's a Democratic sheriff. So the programming has changed a lot. But whether you get sent there or Norfolk or you're in Western Mass, there's no commonality of programs available. And I was wondering, if that's something that you think should be looked into, or if it has been looked into, across the state, we're trying to help people uniformly and not a mismatch. And geez, you're lucky if you get locked up in Bristol compared to Norfolk or Hamden. It's just a luck of the draw whether your success of being a better person changes. Do you think there should be some uniformity?
some basic uniformity, yes, absolutely. I know specialized conditions, treatment, and so on. It's more available in certain areas, but absolutely there should be some uniformity across the state if we want parolees or people to succeed. Because a lot of times we just set them up. I mean, I'm lucky, I'm lucky that when juvenile court judges set conditions, they ask our opinion. We're involved in that. In the last, would this condition be appropriate for this person? Because we know the availability of those programs.
You know, it's, we've had a lot of people through here. I've been here, it's my 10th year, and a lot of people come through for parole board nominees. And it's difficult for us to assess, you know, sometimes I'll say, oh, this person's really, really tough. They don't let anyone out. This person's really, really easy. They let everyone out. Or then, you know, when you start asking the questions, the pertinent questions, there's 3 people panels. You might go to an easy prison, somebody goes to a hard prison, you're in medium security, they're at a house. So there are no real values or no reliable, valid data that I see to like say, okay, you're a great parole board member because of this or that. It's kind of like it's hard to put your finger on. Do you agree with that assessment?
I guess, in a way, yes. Yeah. I mean, we're all going to have different opinions in the way we do things. Again, I think, you know, meeting the parole board members now, I think everybody's goal is the same, to make sure that when somebody's released, the most important thing is safety to the community. But then you have to be realistic and think of the victims and so on. So that answer your question.
No, that's good. I mean, I just don't know, you know, how we get to a point where we can say we have valid, reliable data of how people are doing as parole board members when there's so many variables. Just impossible, and sometimes people get tagged with a label that's not appropriate. That's just my point, and I hope that we do more research and have valuable data on what works and what doesn't work in all programming, because at the end of the day, there's not a person in this room that doesn't want less recidivism and wants people to get better, right? You know, I've talked with you at great length. I've talked to a lot of people. Like I said, the council to my left has been a big proponent. I read the dozens of letters that we got for you. I think you're going to make a great asset to the parole board. I know some members would be happy if you do get confirmed. I've confirmed with them as well. So you definitely have my support next week, and good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Councilor Devaney.
See you again.
See you again.
Thank you for all the time you've given me. You're only given 6 days before this hearing. And I don't know how you do it, because you're supposed to fill out a questionnaire 8 days before your hearing. So I don't know how you go back in the future, but thank you for all the time. I have to say, this is incredible, all the letters that I received about you. And you had the most meaningful witness. There's someone who is incarcerated and has gone on with his life. He was 17. And what he's done with his life, got a good job, got a wife, got a family, and he owes it to you. That's a wonderful, wonderful thing for him to come. That wasn't easy. That was not easy for him to come and testify in public. But I hope that he'll continue talking to students in school, that you get overcome whatever obstacles you have. Now, the other thing I want to say, you can identify with you as I'm first generation. And my parents, like your parents, segregation. My dad came from Italy, never was sent to school here, was sent to work. He was. This little 12-year-old boy went to work. Can you imagine? So he never had any education other than in Italy. My mother, Italian girls were treated badly. And she was taken out of school, which she loved, in 10th grade, to her factory. So I know that I can identify with your parents and what you have done. And maybe that's how you have the compassion that you do from your parents. So having said that, I mean, even the former judge that's just retiring, she has said nice things about you. But in 25 years, I may have got a letter, but I don't recall, from a parole board member. And you have a parole board member that everyone respects so much. Not only does she have compassion, not only is she qualified, but she's a forensic psychologist. And we needed that so badly. When I first was elected, we had all prosecutors and police officers. And if you think you had a chance for parole in those days, and it was not in compliance with the statute since Governor Dukakis. So I worked on that, and we have eventually evolved and with one. Now, I want to tell you, Charlene Bonner, and she's as I said, she has a education, she's a forensic psychologist, and this is what she says. I am writing on behalf of Mr. Rafael Ortiz, who has applied for a position on the parole board. While I do not know Mr. Ortiz personally, I have been speaking with him over the past several months regarding his interest and qualifications for this position. Mr. Ortiz also attended a hearing last month, and we, the board, met with him after the hearing. That said, I am permitted to share that our impressions were positive and felt he would be an asset to our agency. As you know, Mr. Ortiz has a long history working in the criminal justice system. What, 30 years?
A little over 30 years, yeah.
And his dedication, as well as his compassion, and that's the most important attribute. His compassion for the population he serves is impressive. He has shared many examples with me regarding his approach to the complex issue that his clients are faced with, and how he has managed to provide his clients with guidance and mentorship while balancing public safety and accountability in his current position. In our collective pursuit of bringing more diversity to the board, I do think having a Latino male on the board would be a very valuable addition to our agency. Again, my experience with Mr. Ortiz is limited. My impressions are that he would be an asset to the board. Respectfully yours, Charlie. We get a better endorsement from a more respected person. So having said that, I know that, you know, the witness that came today is not the only person that you have mentored and got on the right road. I mean, the letters that we got from the school and from judges and from probation officers, for so many people have seen your work for the years. When you look at your 30 years, what do you feel you bring to the parole board? Shy.
Besides what you just said, you know, this is something that came along, and the more I learned about it, the more intrigued, the more excited I was. But just meeting the people that I met throughout this journey has made, I don't want to say reborn, but it made me look at, you know, the system in a different way about the hopes and the people that care about the system. It's not perfect by any means, but if I can just add a little bit of what I learned throughout the years, and the fact that the board, for example, Dr. Bonner's letter, I didn't know she had done that. It's very impressive, and I would love to share my thoughts, my ideas with with them, and just bring just a little something of what I've been through, and maybe, like I said, look at at the process from just a little different lens, through my lens, and the experience that I had. And I just wanted, Jeff did whatever he did on his own. I know you said that I had a lot to do with it. All I did was listen to him, but he wanted all that. He wanted to succeed, and I think that's something that we have to look in people.
Well, he made me try.
So
So anyways,
So, you know, I thank my wife for asking me to go see him, and, you know, I'm so glad I met him, and I didn't know how much of an impact, you know.
right. Well, and Judge Morado, you couldn't.
Oh, yeah, Judge.
You did well, but, you know, when I met you, I could feel that compassion when you talked about, you know, the different cases that you had seen. And, I'm sure some of them have not been as successful as you want. That's heartbreaking too. You gotta go home with that. So, but the other thing is, and that Charlene Bonner brought up about your ability to speak Spanish. We had a wonderful, wonderful member, Lucy Soto, 10 years. She was appointed by 2 governors, and Governor Baker threw her off for political people and made her a judge. That's what we did in that, that's what they did in that administration. We don't have anyone that speaks Spanish. And you are something to add to that parole board, to have that ability, especially in the society that we live in now, you know? So, you know, I just meeting with you, you know, you have compassion stamped on your forehead, so, I mean, you know, but that's the thing I look for, compassion and second chances, because everyone deserves a second chance. And I have been waiting to have the diversity on that board, and we only have one person that hasn't fit that thing, but we got good people up there. There is a chair, you can imagine, the parole board, who's been 37 years in the parole board system. And you got Charlene Bonner, so I mean, for her to take the time to write the letter for you, that speaks volumes for you. And so, what would you say is happening in our society now? I mean, it seems like the family is breaking down, a lot of that. How has it changed in your, how many, 30?
30-something years.
How has it changed now, your job as a probation officer? How did that change? What is the dynamics out there?
Well, I think there's numerous reasons for that. I think, you know, the family dynamics changed throughout the years. Accountability has changed. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, social media has changed the world, and you know, for the better, but also the worse. So there's many factors. You know, the system is not the same from when I began this job, but it's a lot of things that need to be done, need to be changed. But I think society in general has changed, and families and support.
So what is your main goal that you'd like to see as a parole board member?
I'm going to be honest, I've seen a lot of hearings, and you know, I guess the board was not in the best of stages years ago. I like to see it continue the way it is. And I just like, you know, like to be able to add just a little bit of you know.
And I think with this governor, she's so supportive. I couldn't be happier, because with the last administration, we had Charlene Bonner as the chair, and she was removed to have someone political, and all of the numbers went down of people being released. And under Bonner, it wasn't like that. So that's what I see with your addition on the parole board. I go to parole board hearings, and I think people get the wrong impression, because they are respectful to people that come. I've been to LIPA hearings, and they're calling LIPA sir, you know, so it really has educated me how the system works. And so I can't be happier. I don't have a poker face. I'm going to be voting for you very happily. And it was such a pleasure to meet you, and it was really very fast, and you accommodated me, and I'm grateful for that, and congratulations.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Iannella, do you have any questions?
Just to follow up on Councilor Ferriera's question. You know, granting parole, are people in Bristol getting the same shake as the people in Camden County and Suffolk? In other words, is everybody treating the same? Whether people, the color of the skin, they get it. What do you sense you have some knowledge of the parole board. Is everybody getting the same fair shake, the way I think they all should be? What your sense?
Based on my meetings with the parole board and my interaction and my knowledge, I mean, I do. But the question becomes, how are they gonna become successful while they're there?
We'll get that in a second.
Okay. I do, I agree that,
Parole board is treating some, whether a minority or not, whether they live in Municipal or Suffolk County. Parole board, pretty good job.
from what I've seen, my witnessing there, yes, absolutely. That's my belief.
Talk about services. There's some services in Bristol that may not be in Suffolk County. Are you talking while the inmate is in prison? Or are you talking not only when they get prison services, but you're also talking about when they're released?
Well, and I can't tell you exactly about all the prisons, but I hear that some prisons may not offer the same services as others. I mean, they talk about programming. The last hearing I went to a couple of weeks ago, the person that was up for parole had done over 50 programs. So I know they're probably available, how their access, how willing you are to participate in those programs. But out in the community, I know by a fact that not all services are available in every area. So I think that's what I was referring to, where somebody's released with certain conditions. Sometimes it's just impossible to meet those conditions because it's just not available.
And should I make a decision on whether or not somebody should be paroled? What criteria?
Of course, the first thing you look is, you consider the age of the offense, the type of offense it was, whether or not they are actually rehabilitated to prison. And I think, and I've been to a couple of hearings and just based on how they present themselves, you get an idea of whether or not they should be paroled. I mean, there's a lot of aspects of looking at that, but the most important thing is to make sure that society is safe, make sure that, we consider the victims when it comes to being released, and also the support in that the family, that the inmate has before being granted parole. You can have someone, for example, that had family members. I mean, he had all the support in the world. And I'll never forget when he said, sometimes I feel like going back because I don't belong here. Imagine someone that has no one, no place to go. So that's.
Gentleman comes to he's a great success story. But what about that person who doesn't have family, who doesn't have friends? Should they be treated just like they?
Absolutely. Oh, sorry.
You talked about support outside, but there are people who have no support. I think they should be penalized just because somebody has plenty of family, plenty of support, and this person did such a great job. There are no deep reports, but they don't have support. Should they be treated exactly?
Absolutely.
So the support is good, but it's not.
It's got to be.
Okay. What about, you mentioned the offense, the crime that the person committed? Well, yeah, that's important, but isn't that the judge's job? When the judge sentences someone, they look at someone's prior record, they look at the crime, and they sentence for a number of years. It's sort of that's their job. I always thought that a parole office, probation, you're going to be a parole in the parole department there. Shouldn't you be more concerned about, and you didn't say this with all due respect, did the person have any D reports in prison? What type of services did he have? Obviously, if there's no services in that person, you can't penalize the person. But I'm even if someone's gonna retry the case,
Absolutely not.
even though you look at the offense. So. The type of offense.
I mean,
Delegation of determining whether or not someone should be paroled.
you have to study the reason why they're there, and you have to be knowledgeable of the reasons why they're there. But you also have to look at everything else. I mean, that doesn't, I don't think the offense, of course, you have to look at, but I don't think I can, say that that's the number one priority or the least priority. But you have to consider everything. And you're right, if there's no programs available, how is somebody going to be punished because they couldn't do the programs?
Yeah, it's, if I was on the parole board, they take and provide them as many services. Yeah, of course we want to hear from them. You have two people, the same offense, the same sentence. This victim is saying they're out of state. They're not showing up. Should this guy, with all those different people speaking against him, and this other person was probably not liking him, showing around, should they be treated any differently? Because in one situation, the victim's family came forward, and because of the location of the victim, the other family, they did not come forward.
No, should be treated the same.
Well, yeah, that's important to me. Give me a break. How would you rate the parole board today?
I would give him an A. I believe from my meeting the parole board compared to the way the parole board was years ago, I would say.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just struggling. I happened to speak with Dr. Ball last night, but Friday night she called. She actually called me back. She called me. She's doing great. She's a supporter of us. I have so much respect for Dr. Ball. She's a wonderful person. Her family is wonderful, and I think she does a great job on the board. Having said all that, it was a pleasure to see you today. Your witnesses, all of them, I was impressed with. And when you're being come before the council, I'll be more than happy to support you, and you have a superstar support you in Councilor DePalo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for your time, and thank you for your application to the board. And I do want to reiterate that Councilor DePalo has been your champion through this. Based on your resume, it looks like you could retire soon. Why would you like to start another profession, another job right now?
I asked myself that several times. My family asked that, but like I said, after meeting Councilor DePalo and meeting the board and going through a few hearings, this is something that I'm passionate about. The fact that, I might be able to make just a little difference in something. It's like starting over, but it's exciting. I look forward to it, especially with the people on the board now. So, I could go, but I think I still have a lot more left.
Okay, that's good. And I agree with you. I think if you can change the trajectory of one person's life, it does take a minimum of at least 6 months to onboard somebody for this job. And a lot of people are always surprised at how much work this is, because it is, despite what people think, this is a very, very unique job. Are you prepared for that? Have you thought about it? I mean, I'm sure you've thought about a lot of things, but I think sometimes when folks get there, it's not what you think it always is. Even though you've been to, live hearings and everything else.
I'm absolutely, I'm prepared. We have a very big caseload right now. Meeting cases, reading case histories, making recommendations to the court. So yes, I'm not afraid of the workload. I think with the guidance of, the board now that's been there, that know, I'll be okay. And I have a lot to learn, but I think they're some of the best people to learn from.
And Councilor Jacobs alluded to it or talked about it. I had to go out of the room to use the room. But, and you and I spoke about this. One of the most important things for me is that you're able to work as part of a team. And it's a coherent team. And it's not just the people on the board. It's everyone in that organization. The people that empty the barrels, the guys that are out working in the yard, all of those people are treated with the utmost respect because unfortunately, that fell apart in past years. And it was it was debilitating to the board. The morale was just in the toilet. And this board, frankly, it's an A+ because what they have been doing with what they've had is it's beyond remarkable. It really is. And some of those people are people that people were like, I'm not so sure. Every single one of those members of that board, to a one, is an amazing, dedicated public servant, and they deserve so much credit for it, as is every other person in that building that interacts with them. These people are dedicated to public service, and they so it's very important to me that you are respectful of all of them, and know that every single one of them, even though you're on the board, they have things to teach you. I know you've attended 2 live hearings. We talked about that. What do you think you would change?
About the hearings?
Just about the board and how it works. So what do you think, you'd bring to the board now, or a skill set that they may not already have?
Just getting back to the question of treating people with respect. I learned early on in my career that, that the first person you see to most jobs, most organizations is the support staff. And I learned that early on, and I have the utmost respect for the support staff, like I said, for janitors and so on. Things don't work unless, they do a good job. And I have seen people that treat people in those positions not too kindly, but I respect everyone. I'm a team player, like they say. We the court that I'm at now, we have developed programs. We get along so well. I mean, a lot of times in jobs, people go out to lunch here and there, but we go out to lunch. We know each other. We know each other's family. Sometimes we complain to each other. We talk about home and the issues that you may be having. And I see the parole board as being that. I mean, right now, I don't know them personally, all of them. I know a couple of the members a little bit more than the others, but the impression that I got from them was that that's the type of environment that I'll be walking into. And like I said.
So what skill set do you see that you're bringing?
I think a different viewpoint from my life experience, from working with juveniles, maybe sharing some of my stories about some of the trauma that I've seen, some of the good things that I see, some of the bad things that I've seen. So it's a different perspective, a different viewpoint.
And every different perspective and every viewpoint is valid. Talk, there's one member sitting on the board that I championed after, probably 5 of the most in-depth conversations I'd ever had with somebody that were over many, many hours. And I tell people all the time, he's the only white man on that board. And it matters because he actually represents some of the people that are in prison. And he has stepped up in times when they needed him to. And he has been a tremendous team player. And frankly, has exceeded all my expectations. So, I'm always, don't judge a book by its cover. We don't know that. We're hoping you're good. We hope you're not 11, but we're hoping, that you're terrific. And you touched this a little bit. The board is now adding 60 plus lifer hearings as a result of the Matt decision, and added clemency hearings. You guys are going to be the busiest, probably, that the Parole Board has ever been, at least in my 12 years. Because one thing that this board is doing differently, and they need so much credit for it, is they're giving the inmates and the prisoners, they're giving them details of what they need to do to succeed. So if you are somebody who is going to leave the system without support, they're helping them ID that stuff ahead of time. And they're trying to do that as universally across the board as they possibly can. That is a big change from what happened before. They were also timely in their decisions. And the reason that matters is because parole is a public safety issue. We do want to parole people because then we know where they're at and what they're doing. If people serve out their sentences, they are welcome to walk out of prison and do anything they want. And that was starting to happen. That is a very, very serious public safety issue. And so we want our folks who we deem ready to go and safe, and that we can help them and hold them up with the support. We want them to succeed. That's what this is about. We want rehabilitation. We want success. This is, and this board understands this is not just punitive, right? I had somebody who I'm still in touch with from years ago that went through a lot and frankly was tortured by this board when they came up for their first pardon. Say to me, when does the punishment stop? Right? And this fellow who testified today said, he's still, even though he comes from an intact or a family that's full of support, that's still sometimes not enough because it's the spiritual part, right? And so I can pontificate. I don't want to do that anymore. You've talked a little bit about how you see yourself fitting in to the board, but you are ready for the workload.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I would expect from your previous work, you're also aware of the danger of this job, because this can be a very dangerous job. We had an incident this year where one of our board members' child was very seriously attacked, and by people who would not be one would expect to do this. I'll just leave it at that. But it was dangerous and unacceptable. But it is real. It is what happens here. And the last thing I do want to say is I am sure, are aware. We're grateful that you are a Spanish speaker. And you come from a culture where you will get a deep understanding where we need it. But you are aware that you cannot interpret and you cannot translate for anyone appearing before the board or any prisoner.
Yes, that's the same way I said it in court. Yes.
And I mentioned that because we had a Spanish speaker who did, and that puts the Commonwealth at legal risk for doing that. And I think they thought they were helping. We're not helping. You're putting the whole system at risk for that. And so I just want to reiterate that people understand, just because you have the skill that so many of us wish we did have, there's a time and place to use it. So, and again, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Again, Councilor DePalo has been an incredible champion and has, over the time I've served with him, developed amazing relationships, with us and in the building that are really helping his district. And I hope the people of his district understand that all matters, and he's making a difference because he's been able to champion you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Duff. Councilor Kennedy?
Councilor DePalo hasn't just championed you since the nomination. He's been championing going back. And he's already twisted my arm.
It hurts.
Where I'm coming from. I did, everybody's asked questions. I don't have a lot. I've heard the answers. We had a chance to talk on the phone. We were supposed to meet, but that was about the issues. But I certainly have a lot of respect for you. I respect the fact that you spent a lot of time going to the parole board and preparing for this and observing hearings and talking to members of the parole board. I talked to Dr. Bonner about you. My friend Dr. Bonner had a high praise for you. She thinks she's looking forward to you joining the parole board over the last 14 years. I think has gotten a lot better than it used to be. With new members coming on, new blood coming into it. And right now you have a cohesive group that seems to work very well together, which hasn't always been the case. I have to ask you one question. What is the law enforcement certificate you got that you refer to on your resume?
Those back in Florida when I graduated from the academy.
I just
Yeah.
just wasn't clear from your resume, and I was curious about that. As we sat here, I got a couple of more letters of recommendation emailed to me during this hearing. And they just keep coming, and they just keep coming, and they just keep coming. I think it's important that you bring the perspective that you referred to, the Latino perspective to the board. Something that's lacking there right now. We've had a couple of months over the years, my friend Judge Archia and Soto that have been there, but it's something that's been lacking consistently. I don't have a lot of questions for you. I'm going to vote for you. You know, we have an important season, Easter, Passover season coming up, and I just want you to keep in mind with that thought that what Moses said to the Pharaohs, let my people go.
Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Before I ask any questions, Councilor Devaney, you had something you wanted to add?
No, thank you. I just had one question that I forgot to ask you. You've been at this job for 30 years and you work with a lot of people in probation and all those associated jobs. Now, I look to you because you have the experience and you have the knowledge. What is your opinion on increasing the age in the juvenile court?
Well, I know that's been talked about a lot lately. I'm not sure if there's a bill pending or not, but there's not right or wrong answer. I personally, me as a person, never, not with my job, I feel that not in total agreement with that, and I have tons of reasons, but that's just me. I know the reason behind it has to do with rehabilitation and brain development and so on, but that's just my personal opinion.
What about the rest of your department that you've worked with over the 30
We
years?
have conversations and everybody, some agree, some don't agree. I'm gonna be honest, most of my coworkers are not. Because
we look for you for direction.
well, when you do something that drastic, you got to make sure that if it happens, that the services and everything else that comes along is in place in order for that to work. That's just my personal opinion.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ms. Ortiz. I'm going to be relatively brief because a lot of topics have been covered, but I've gotten to know you over the last year, I would say, maybe about last several months. And what's most important to me in terms of the culture you're going to bring to the parole board is your integrity. As has been alluded to, there's been, I think, a morale problem in the parole department over the last several years. It's moving in a tremendously appropriate and promising direction. But I think people are going to be very pleased to work with you and to see also your humility and how open you are to learn. And from the moment you showed an interest in this role, and even the letter that Councilor Devaney read from Dr. Bonner, I believe since that letter was written, you've been to more hearings. You've spoken to parole board members when they've given you time. And I've just been so impressed with your capacity to learn and to step in with one perspective and to be open to expanding that perspective based on what you learn. Really briefly, Councilor Jacobs brought up some great points, and I agree with her. It would be great to have Western Mass representation. I support having a formerly incarcerated person on the parole board, and I support expanding the parole board to make these things happen. Sometimes Western and Central Mass folks feel like we have to fight to get our piece of the pie, and to have you before us today is a tremendous tribute to Governor Healy for prioritizing regional equity, and to her entire team. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for that. Really quickly, some of the letters we got, because I know folks, I think it's important that folks understand the breadth of the support we've heard. School adjustment counselor from Wanjo Middle School in Fitchburg, Chrissy Hawks. Probation officer, Irina Stumbus. Attorney William Doyle. Attorney James Bott. Probation officer Candy Lake. Judge Murata. Juvenile probation officer Stacy Pignatoro. Juan Gomez, president of Centro. Geraldo Rivera from DYS. Jamie Soto, president of the Worcester Comprehensive Education and Care. Dr. Bonner. Probation officer Linda Dakian. I'm probably mispronouncing some of these names. Apologies. Retired Judge Erickson from the Worcester Juvenile Court. What do we have here? And finally, Mr. Lassie, who we heard from today. So what we hear in all of these letters is someone who believes in redemption and believes that people have the capacity to grow and change. Is that a fair assessment of your outlook on humanity?
Absolutely.
We've heard questions about programming in jail. I've liked your answers. We need to not penalize people if they're trying to get access, but they haven't had the opportunity. I know there are prisoner-run mentorship circles in some facilities that aren't always given full credit when people go before the parole board. Do you think that's something that at least you want to consider as part of your assessment? If it's not a formally sanctioned program, but it's someone who's demonstrated some level of a desire for involvement, is that something worth considering?
Well, I think you would have to consider that. Not everything that is required has to be formal. I think if people show an interest in going the extra mile, and I think that's what sets someone apart from other people. The desire to do the extra. Maybe not thinking that they're going to get credit for that, but you have to look at everything, including that.
And I'm sure in your role as a probation officer, you have analogous kind of thoughts on this. But in talking with parole officers in Worcester, they have a lot of insight into the conditions being placed on folks that they're serving. And as a board member, are those insights that you'd seek out? I mean, as I think Councilor Duff alluded to, like, you're there to learn also from the career folks who have been doing it a long time.
I think it's very important to get to meet the parole officers. I mean, parole board makes a decision, but it's as good as the people who are going to be supervising them. So the more knowledge you have about who they are, the better you're at. You're going to learn. You're going to learn from them about the services and how they do their job and who they are.
Yeah, and as I said, I think the parole staff's gonna be very thrilled to be working with you, as they are, I think, with the direction that the board has been going in now. So the last thing I'll just say, without having to rehash it all, your work with the community, your work in not just letting the community come to you, but reaching out, working with school-age children, working with our most vulnerable children, and hearing, and I want to thank again you for being here today. Your testimony was incredibly powerful, and it just demonstrates the fact that, as I say with juvenile court judges as well, that 5 minutes, even just 5 minutes of interaction, can change the trajectory of someone's life. When you don't think it's making a difference, but you're just going out and doing the work, doing good by people. So I'm going to close the hearing with that. I look forward to putting forward your name for nomination and voting to affirm you the next time the council meets.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? Doing well? My name is Christopher Iannella. I will chair the hearing today. Good to see you, Mr. Kim. At this point, I know you have some distinguished folks here who want to speak, so we'll hear from your witnesses at this point. And if you can, oh, here it is, right here. The Honorable David Poole, Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councilors.
Good to see you.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about Stephen. I first met him when Stephen was an assistant district attorney in what's now the Roxbury Division of the Boston Municipal Court. I was a defense lawyer at that time, and we had a lot of cases together. I got to know Stephen well, both in and out of the courtroom. Since that time, he's appeared in front of me pretty often as a lawyer in the 15 years I've been a judge. And I want to say a number of things, but among them, Stephen is an incredibly skilled lawyer. He's knowledgeable about law, procedure, grasps complex legal issues quickly. He's got strong analytical abilities. And he also has excellent judgment. I've seen him make intelligent, thoughtful decisions under pressure many times. That's something, frankly, I struggle with every day as a judge. He's pretty good at it. And he also is a very empathetic person. He treats everybody with respect. He makes connections with people easily. He relates to people from a wide variety of backgrounds, including them backgrounds pretty different from his own. And for obvious reasons, I think those are really important qualities to have as a judge, certainly in the BMC and in my experience. I was impressed by Stephen's patience, his respect for other people, right immediately when I got to know him first. At that time, as I said, he was an assistant district attorney in Roxbury Court. I worked in a law school clinical program where I supervised law students, representing clients in criminal cases in Roxbury. And as you might imagine, dealing with law students as an ADA in a busy court like that can be kind of challenging. Takes a lot more time, takes a lot more effort. Law students don't always have the experience to sort of focus on what, if you will, the essential issues in a case are. And they also can be kind of vigorous in their representation just because of their enthusiasm. Sometimes that's off-putting understandably to DAs. Stephen was strikingly patient and respectful every time he interacted with one of my students. He listened to their legal arguments. He answered them, responded to them thoughtfully. He didn't brush them off. He never lost his patience, despite what was undoubtedly a heavy workload every day. And in the context of standing in, as I'm sure you could all envision, in a hallway outside of a courtroom where a judge, I'm sure somebody a lot less patient than myself, was, eagerly looking forward to getting through the day's cases. Stephen absolutely, good afternoon, Councilor. Stephen absolutely maintained his patience. He acted like those students were as important as any other lawyer, including himself. He didn't have to treat my students that way. In fact, in my experience, many ADAs quite understandably didn't. But he did that. And he did that because that's the way he treats everybody. He is simply a respectful and empathetic person. And I think that goes a long way in making a decent and thoughtful judge. Obviously, the nature of trial work is that people don't always just agree. In my experience, even if somebody, whether or not someone, shares Stephen's legal view on a case, across the board, people appreciate and respect his integrity and his conscientiousness. He's a vigorous advocate for his clients, no question about it, but he doesn't take himself too seriously. And that humility he couples with a nice and a gentle sense of humor. He's got those kinds of attributes that I think are really important for a trial judge. And I don't mean so much intelligence, legal skills. I talked about that. He absolutely has those, no question at all. But he's got the personal attributes that I think on some level might be at least equally important, if not a bit more so. So I think Stephen will be a terrific BMC addition. I can't think of anyone better qualified or more suited to the position, and I hope to work with him as a colleague in the future. But so thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councilor Devaney?
Thank you, Councilor. Going on 16 years.
I was here. My proud vote.
I remember.
No, I'm very proud. Yeah, you always made me feel proud.
You're very kind. Thank you very much.
So what do you think is the greatest attribute that he possesses that he's going to bring to the court?
You know, a lot of attributes, I think, but I think maybe the basic and one that stands out to me is integrity. I think I mentioned, you know, across the board, judges, other lawyers, opposing counsel and otherwise, probation officers, everybody recognizes and knows about Steve's integrity. If he says something, that's what it is. He's a lawyer, obviously, and in that context, everybody lawyers. But at the same time, he is absolutely questioned integrity, and I think that really governs everything else he does.
Well, I have to tell you, you're as a witness, because we haven't seen you.
He was desperate, so he had.
It's a pleasure.
It's all mine.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. Good to see you, Judge. Thank you.
Well,
Next, we'll hear from Colonel Shannon L. McLaughlin, Judge Advocate, Military Division of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished counselors, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Stephen Kim. Stephen and I have known each other for quite some time, professionally and personally. So I will be talking a little bit about my personal observations of Stephen. I'm so honored to be before you today, and I'm honored to be able to speak on behalf of my dear friend, trusted and respected colleague, and fellow wartime veteran, Stephen Kim. I've known Stephen for 25 years. And the way we met was really by chance. We were in the first week of our 1L year at Boston College. It was 1999. And we both ended up at an orientation for an American Bar Association competition on negotiations. I sat there with every 1L, that was the auditorium that day, and we learned that this competition would go on for many weeks, single elimination rounds, until one team is left that would represent our school. And we also learned that we needed to be in teams of 2. I didn't know anybody. I looked over at this person next to me here who I had never met, and I said, "Do you have a partner?" And he looked at me and he said, "Well, no, do you want to be my partner?" And I wouldn't know it then, but asking that question to a total stranger would be one of the best decisions of my life. We joined a team, we worked hard. Every week we studied the scenarios, we practiced, we commit real time to it. And through that exercise, we got to know each other better and better. I was learning not only about Stephen as a friend, but I was learning about the character that Stephen has. Commitment, perseverance, and a negotiation style of doing his best to see things through all parties' eyes. Much to our shock, each week we won, until we were the last team standing at BC Law. We couldn't believe we made it that far. We then went to the Northeast Regionals. We won that, and we ended up finishing off the top 4 teams in the country that year. As we graduated law school, Stephen and I started private practice, and I saw firsthand his commitment to zealously representing his clients, his generosity, and his care. He loved taking the hard cases. One of the first cases we had together ended up going to trial. It was a complicated landlord-tenant matter where we were pro bono at Stephen's insistence. And that was at a time where we could not really afford to be pro bono. But we believed that a serious wrong had been committed against our client, and we were committed to seeing it through no matter what. Stephen is also a patriot, demonstrating duty and selfless service. And at the same time, he is an inclusive, open advocate, not afraid to stand up for the marginalized or different. And how do I know that? Because we served together for years as judge advocates in the Massachusetts Army National Guard, when policies in the Army would be considered by today's standards to be discriminatory and unfair to many. The events of 9/11 were the beginning of our 3L year. I was already in the reserves and got pulled out of law school and deployed overseas. Stephen volunteered at that time to enter the Massachusetts Army National Guard. He had so many other opportunities right in front of him, and yet he set those aside and volunteered to defend his country and his Commonwealth. In my 28 years of military service, I've seen a lot of different types of officers. While all of them deserve praise for what they've sacrificed in order to protect our freedoms, Stephen wasn't just went in and punched the card. He was a different kind of officer. He was an officer who, within 2 months after getting married, volunteered to go to Afghanistan so that the other officers in our group who had children, who had already deployed, so that they wouldn't have to go. Stephen Kim leaned forward and showed his dedication, putting himself in harm's way when he was nowhere near the top of the list to do so. As an Army officer, when he came back from deployment, when he was stateside, he was a zealous defender of soldiers that were being processed for separation at a time when many military members were back from deployment with the invisible wounds of war. And they had little or no supportive services to help them out. He even stood next to them, defended them, advocated, and gave them the opportunity to move forward in their lives with support, dignity, and grace. I served with Stephen, and unfortunately, I was serving in silence, forced to be closeted under the old don't ask, don't tell policy that some of you might remember. But in every other part of my life at the time, I was openly part of the LGBTQ community. In the first week of 2009, I was targeted under that policy. I was outed by someone that was in our unit with us. Stephen was there for me on every level. He was there as a fellow Army officer, supporting the difficulties of being outed in front of the entire command. He was there as a friend to remind me that I was worthy to serve our country, and that no matter what happened, he was an ally standing by me and reminding me that I should be proud of who I am. As an Army officer, Stephen just didn't help his friend. He mentored the officers that were junior to him and for his enlisted soldiers. He went out of his way to ensure that those coming up through the ranks were considered for promotion, received the awards that they deserved and earned. He didn't rest. He pushed forward in the pursuit of developing subordinates and rewarding their hard work. From that beginning of Do You Want a Partner, I've had a quarter century where I've seen Stephen and how he conducts himself in the day-to-day mundane when no one is looking, to opening up and running a private practice together, to serving as judge advocates in the Massachusetts National Guard, to serving in wartime and being the best of friends. I'm honored to be here to vouch for him, his character, his integrity, his abilities, his professionalism. I feel highly of this candidate before me, not only on a professional level, but on a personal level. That I would tell you that I've never had a brother. If I was lucky enough to have one, it'd be this gentleman sitting next to me. I thank you all so much for your time and allowing me to speak on behalf of Stephen Kim. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councilor Devaney.
That was very heartfelt. I appreciate it. How many years have you been serving?
28.
I admit my ignorance, so tell me what a judge advocate is.
So we're basically lawyers for the military, and throughout our career, we serve in many different capacities. We might be trial defense, serving to represent soldiers who are having a difficult time staying in, who have gotten themselves in a bit of trouble. We also advise the command on legal matters. We'll run court martials, administrative separation hearings. We'll do legal assistance to help families when their loved ones deploy overseas and they need help.
So have you known this nominee how many years?
25.
Wow. Well, you picked the right one to be a witness. Tell me, how do you see his military service adding to his qualifications to be a judge?
Well, I think in military, like I had just mentioned, we have to go through. We have to learn quickly and on our feet. And I think him moving forward as he's on the bench and encountering new situations which he may not be exposed to in the past. I think it also shows dedication to the Commonwealth and what the position is that he's taking on. So Stephen's shown that he is dedicated to duty, and I think that will continue to come through his service on the bench.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your service. I come from a military family. My late husband was a Marine, my son was on Army. Everyone in his family were Coast Guard or Navy, and his sister was in Vietnam. She was a lieutenant colonel. She was a flight nurse in the Air Force, and she had the most, how could I say it, the most wounded. And she was in the name bombings in 2 years, so she saw a lot. We buried her at Bourne. She got the Bronze Star, very proud. So I'm sure your family's proud of you for all you've done too. And it's really a tribute for you to come and speak on his behalf. So in 25 years, how would you, how would you see him as a judge? What kind of attributes, what would you see him doing?
Well, the thing that comes to mind first, even, is empathy. And the ability for him to put himself in other people's shoes and see things from their point of view and understanding that. I think empathy and integrity are two of the strongest things that he will bring to the bench.
Right. Well, I can't thank you enough. That really, my pleasure.
Thank you very much, Councilor Ferriera.
Well, I just want to say thank you very much. My 10 years here, that was one of the best speeches I've heard out of 275 nominees. And what you and the nominee have done for our country, we'll never be able to repay you. So thank you so much for coming in, sharing your thoughts, and thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you. At this point, I want to introduce the other members of the council. To my right, Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney, Councilor Joseph Ferriera. To my left, Councilor Tara Jacobs. Seated next to her, Paul DePalo, Terrence Kennedy, and Eileen Duff next to Mr. Kennedy. At this point, I want to read a letter dated March 20th, addressed to the council. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Stephen Kim to the position of Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Sincerely, Maura Healey, Governor. At this point, is there anyone in opposition to the appointment of Stephen Kim? There being no one in opposition, we're going to hear from you, Mr. Kim. But just to let all the folks here know, at 1:30, give or take, the governor is going to come in because we have to swear in a member of the House. So we will suspend the hearing for a short period of time, so don't run away. So at this point, you can give your presentation. In the meantime, before that, you may want to introduce some family and friends.
Thank you, Councilor Iannella. My wife, Susan, my best friend, is here today, along with my daughter, Caroline. And she's missing school and she's thrilled about it. Mother-in-law, Helena, who lives with us and raises all of us still. And my wife's uncle and aunt, who are here all the way from the Philippines visiting us. Also, Judge Poole and Colonel McLaughlin, my dear friend Matthew McDonough is here, who is the elected Register of Probate down in Plymouth County. However, he's here in his capacity as one of my best friends. We were roommates in law school together.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from you. You can sit back over there if you'd like.
First, I would like to thank God for the blessed life that I've had. And even before this nomination, I can honestly say that I am truly one of the luckiest people to have walked this earth. Born into a family that showered me and spoiled me with love, and to have raised me in the greatest nation on this earth. Been lucky to have met my life partner, Susan, best friend. I've also been blessed with a very fulfilling career. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the biggest blessing in my life has been the gift of being a girl dad. I'm thankful for my daughter Caroline, who is 8. She's here today and who sustains my hope that tomorrow's world will be better than yesterday's because of humans like her. You remind me every day that life has no meaning without love and that kindness matters. I'd like to thank Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for having faith in me with this nomination, that I will exercise good judgment and be a staunch defender of the Constitution, work for fair treatment of all those into the courts. My thanks to Paige Scott Reed, Chief Legal Counsel to the Governor, Dara Kesselheim, Deputy Chief Legal Counsel, for their generosity and support through this entire process. My thanks to Valerie McCarthy and her staff at the Governor's Council for their tireless work behind the scenes to get us here today. Especially like to thank the following judges: Justices Gloria Tan of the Juvenile Court, Myung Jun of the District Court, Catherine Hom of the Superior Court, and Jason Chan of the District Court. Their encouragement and support. I would not have even applied for this seat if it weren't for them. I'd also like to give a special thanks for Justice Asha White of the District Court, and who I call the Fab Five of Roxbury. Justices Kenneth Fiandaca, David Breen, David Weingarten, Deborah Del Vecchio, and Judge Poole, who have all been my role models for what makes a good judge for the last decade that I've practiced there. I would also like to thank my sisters, Big Sister Jennifer, Dr. Yu Jung Kim, both who have always protected me, their baby brother, from everyone else. But lastly, I would like to thank my parents and my maternal grandmother, because my story does not belong to me. It is more appropriately theirs. It is a story of a long journey, hopes of the 3 people who raised me from birth until my adulthood. My dad, Paul Jin Kim, my mother, Cecilia, both of whom are hopefully watching from their home in Plano, Texas, if they're able to maneuver their way through the web links. And perhaps the most influential person in my life, my maternal grandmother, Kwan Boon Yi, whose spirit is here with me. And I can feel her presence and her love shining down on me today. In 1976, I was born in Seoul, Korea, the youngest of 3 and the only boy. When I was 5 in 1981, my family moved to the United States. We first settled in Anchorage, Alaska. We began the first leg of our American journey as a broken family because of the immigration laws at the time didn't recognize my grandmother, who had raised me and my sisters from birth. The laws didn't recognize her as being a member of our household. It took her over a year to rejoin us, and she raised us until she passed when I was in college, having lived here until her death as an undocumented immigrant. I started kindergarten in Anchorage, and I remember learning how to speak English as a second language. Early childhood memories are filled with riding bicycles with my sisters and other children from the housing development that we lived in the Alaskan summers late into the night, where the sun doesn't set until past bedtime, and digging snow tunnels in the winters where the skies glow under the northern lights. After the 3rd grade, our immigration status changed. My dad found an employer who was actually willing to sponsor us to get a green card. That employer was in Dallas, Texas. So we uprooted from Anchorage and experienced our second culture shock, moving to a new country within a country. From the age of 9 until I graduated high school, I grew up in Dallas-Fort Worth parts of North Texas. And you can imagine that unlike today, where Korean pop culture is widely known and even celebrated, growing up in the 80s and the 90s in North Texas, and my skin had its challenges. I struggled to fit in, and I felt that I didn't belong at times, and that my countrymen and my fellow Americans didn't fully see me as one of them. We faced prejudice, blatant ugly racism, demeaning treatment. Mom and Dad leaned into those stereotypes that this country had of Asians at the time. Although they knew nothing about dry cleaning, they became dry cleaners. My mom also worked in garment factories and sewed garments for nickels and dimes for every piece she sewed. We didn't have much growing up. A family of 6, having started out in a 2-bedroom apartment, wearing hand-me-downs, literally pinching pennies. By all measures, we were poor. But I never knew that growing up. because I was bubble wrapped with so much love. My parents instilled in me the importance of an honest day's work, and there is dignity in work. They taught me through their audacity to conquer the challenges of moving to a country where they didn't know the language, and showed us all that with hard work, faith, grit, and a little bit of luck, that dreams can come true. That within a generation, the son of a dry cleaner and garment worker could be nominated to sit as a judge in one of the most historic and important cities in this country. My story is one of love, but above all else, it is a story of hope and service. I was raised in the Roman Catholic faith with an emphasis in my formative years to seek social justice and to think critically by the priests of the Catholic Order of the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. They ran a all-boys college preparatory high school in Dallas, where our school motto was to be men for others, to live intentionally in the service of others. My Jesuit foundation is what brought me to Boston 30 years ago, to attend another Jesuit institution, Boston College. I studied English literature there and eventually went on to law school, but never forgot my Jesuit foundation, to live as a man for others. I started my legal career as an assistant district attorney in Boston, and doing that work came to realize in my early career that my values and life experiences were actually better suited to advocate for those on the other side of the aisle. I started a private practice, and my proudest professional achievements for the last 2 decades have come as a private bar advocate for the Committee for Public Counsel Services, representing indigent criminal defendants in the courts of the BMC, especially in Roxbury. My commitment to service and my patriotism led me to join the Massachusetts Army National Guard. I'm a proud veteran and served honorably on active duty in Afghanistan and risked my life for the values enshrined in the Constitution. I have lived my adult life by intentional design in the service of others and with great reverence for the ideals and those yet unfulfilled promises of our country. The BMC is a very unique court where people who walk through those doors have struggled with poverty, discrimination, with trauma, and many other stresses. I believe that not only can I empathize with those individuals, but that I can connect with them on a personal level because I have walked in their shoes. I humbly ask for your vote and confirmation so that I may continue to work in service of our country and be a steward of the Constitution and assist with empathy those less fortunate.
Thank you. So I think we're going to continue, but remember now the governor's coming in. So we may quickly have to suspend. Councilor Duff.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations and thank you for applying. You do represent the American dream, as does your family, and thank all of you. It takes great courage and bravery to leave your country and go someplace else where you don't speak the language. I've had the opportunity to travel quite a bit and actually lived in South Asia for a while, and I didn't speak the language. And let me tell you, the kindness of other people in this world is really tremendous at times. So just quickly, the main things we spoke about yesterday. I already know the answer to the first one. As a member of the LGBTQ community, I'm very concerned about how the folks in that community, particularly our youth, are treated in the courts, particularly our transgender kids. I do understand it's a difficult issue for a lot of people to understand and wrap their head around. But when children feel safer living on the street than they do at home or in foster homes, we're doing, because this still is the United States. And often the reason we find them in the court system is because of they're homeless and they're committing crimes, which often will, turn into addiction or prostitution or whatever. So I just ask you, again, I know you have some experience working with this community, but to be very mindful of it. And, I feel very strongly that as elected officials, as attorneys and judges, we are and should be held to a different, higher standard. And it's our job to protect people. So I'm not even gonna ask you the question because I already did and now I'm just lecturing. The second thing is special people, what I call special people, people with special, if they're even physically disabled. The courts need to do a better job and they're trying to with the limited resources they have to make our courts more accessible, particularly impacts some of our veterans. Thank you for being a JAG. I'd like to see more JAGs in the court system. But do you have, I know you have experience working with veterans. Do you have experience dealing with any people that we may call special needs with developmental disabilities? Have you encountered them in your work or in the courthouse?
Councilor Duff, thank you. And I agree, I wholeheartedly agree with your statements. That were not the questions, but to your last question,
Pontificating.
I have worked with a lot of people with developmental challenges and issues on a regular basis in the courts. My practice consists, at least 50% of my practice is doing bar advocate work for CPCS. So I encounter people from all walks of life who come in through those doors into Roxbury Court, as well as BMC Central, where I take my cases. Just right now on my docket of 30 to 40 cases that I still carrying right now, I have 3 individuals who I know are legally incompetent to stand trial because of those exact same issues. And over the years, I've learned to, I'm not a psychologist. I don't claim to be even remotely close to having the expertise of those professionals. But when I meet and encounter a new client, the first thing I try to gauge is whether there needs to be an evaluation done. Because do they understand what they're even facing as a criminal?
And often, you know, folks can present to us and we don't know there's a challenge.
Oh, absolutely.
And so for you as a lawyer, you've learned how to do that. So the challenge is transferring it to when you're on the bench and you're in a pressure cooker, right? Because you're going to be in BMC and that's a big deal, right, in and of itself. So thank you for that. Again, I always say it does not absolve someone of a crime if they does, however, impact how they are treated and sentenced, because they do need to be safe. You know, even if you're in custody, you need to be safe. And you know what, I'm gonna leave it at that because I already know the answers to the questions and I don't need to listen to myself talk anymore.
Thank you very much. Councilor Kennedy.
First of all, I want to thank you and Attorney McLaughlin for your service to our country. It's so important that people recognize that. I don't have any questions for you because I've known you for a very long time. One of the advantages I have as somebody who's in and out of the courts every day, as Judge Poole knows, I try to stay away from Roxbury because I send Gettleman there to aggravate the judges. But I've seen you over the years. I know what a terrific lawyer you are. I've seen the compassion that you have for people. I just want to say that your family, especially your daughter, should be extremely proud of you today. This is an incredible accomplishment that you're sitting here before this council. And you should be proud of yourself.
Thank you. Councilor Jacobs.
Good to see you. We didn't get a chance to meet in person because weather changed our plans, but I'm glad we changed those plans because it was a very slippery day. But I did enjoy speaking with you, and we discussed a number of things that really highlighted who you are, how you think, and how you approach people, but also law. I don't really have a ton of questions for you today. I think I'll give you an opportunity to share some of what we discussed earlier in terms of court culture and respect. I think we had a conversation around that resonated with me, and so I think it's worth allowing you the floor just to share about, to give a sense of who you are and how you will sit the bench.
I think what you're hitting on is probably when I talk to you about being conscientious that people who walk into court who don't actually work there on a day-to-day basis, people who are not the lawyers, the prosecutors, the probation officers, the judges, the court officers, and the administrative staff. And for them and for all of us, it's where we work. So we get desensitized over time to the very real fact that for a lot of people, the general public, whether they're a defendant, whether they're a witness, whether they're a victim, when they walk into court, it's a traumatic experience. It could be one of the worst days in their lives, or at least one of the more stressful days in their lives. And it doesn't take much effort to help them stay calm, to relax those jitters, just by being kind and slowing things down. And so I think my approach, should I be lucky enough to be confirmed as a judge, would be to set that tone in my court. When I walk on the bench, the one thing that even the lawyers don't have to worry about is the unknown factor of, is this judge going to create more stress and friction in the courtroom for not just the lawyers, but the litigants, and the opposite. I would be a judge who makes sure, one, that everyone is respectful, but also be mindful and empathetic to the very real stresses that people are undergoing when they're in the court, because we don't know what is going on in someone's life. Nobody does.
So I appreciate you're articulating in a way that just confirms for me the feelings that I had the first time we had this conversation. And I think I alluded to this when we talked, but I've been sitting down with different groups of court impacted, but also advocates, victim advocates, who work in the DA's office regularly, who've shared so many disheartening stories about the re-traumatizing effect court can have with judges who are not respectful or sensitive to the traumas and abuses and violence. And where for some of them, they're going to certain judges' courtrooms, they prep their whether it be defendant or victims, to be prepared for what they're going to experience in the court of just, this is how this judge is, deal with it, but be prepared for it, because they know the likelihood is they're going to have a less than respectful and potentially just very almost violent language about the experiences they've had. And it's disheartening to hear that goes on. And going forward, I'd love to see all the judges that we do confirm through this chamber be of a different caliber. And I think you're the way you think and talk about how you want to be as a judge is exactly what to see, and I think goes a long way towards ameliorating some of that court-based trauma, which it's always going to be someone's hardest day. It's never going to be a happy experience, but it doesn't have to be a violent experience. So I just want to say thank you for that, and
Thank you very much, Councilor Joseph Ferriera.
Thank you. I appreciate all the time we spent together chatting on the phone. We have some big supporters who are friends of mine and people I respect their opinion. One is the councilor to my left, Iannella, big supporter of yours. And the other one is your law school undergrad classmate, Matt McDonough, the Register of Probate, who called me and spoke like wonderful things about you for a very long time. So with that, I know the governor's about ready to walk in. I don't have any questions for you. I think you're going to make a great judge. And again, I want to thank you for your service to the Commonwealth and to our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to break 10, 15 minutes. We'll get you afterwards. The governor's coming in momentarily. You can wait out there. You can stay here. It's up to you. Anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. We'll be done.
Are you ready, bro?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Want to go ahead and call our meeting to order, our council assembly at 1:55 PM. I'd like to recognize Councilor Jacobs for a prayer and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Governor. Today, I'd like to take a moment of quiet reflection offered in gratitude for all that we've been given. I pledge allegiance to
The flag. Invisible.
Liberty. Okay, all right. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Well, we've got one order on the agenda. We've got a number of items on the agenda. The first one being compliance with the Massachusetts Constitution and general laws relative to the tabulation and certification of votes. Yeah, you know what? I'll hold that till the end of the agenda, until we can make sure the gov's here. At this point, I'd like to recognize Councilor Jacobs for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant. Motion's been made, seconded by Councilor Iannella. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Councilor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
So move, Governor.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Jacobs. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Councilor Iannella for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Francis Keneally to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
Thank you. Great appointment. I'd like to submit the name of Francis Keneally to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Devaney. Any additional questions or comments?
I just wanted to say that he has it all. He has solo practice. He's had a lot of, so many cases, can't count in the court. And I'm very pleased to second the motion and to vote for him.
Excellent. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'd ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Yes.
Excellent. I can't say enough. I'm so pleased with the ones you kept. I hope you keep coming because they're really good. And she is one of the best. And compassion, she's qualified, she's experienced.
Great. So that's a yes.
Make the motion.
Motion's been made and seconded. We've got one yes. You're a yes, Councilor Devaney as well. Awesome.
Yes.
Iannella,
Yes.
Councilor Duff,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
DePalo.
Yes.
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative. The matter carries. Next up, I'd like to recognize Councilor Devaney for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Courtney Linehan to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
Yes, I am very proud to make that motion, and it's just a good day. For everyone that you're bringing on, so I'm very pleased, and I have to say, in this administration, these are people that are qualified. This person's qualified. It's not political, and I love it. So keep them coming.
Thanks, Councilor Devaney. Motion's been made, seconded by Councilor DePalo. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, I will ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Devaney. Yes. Iannella.
Yes.
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 DePalo.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor.
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative. The matter carries. Lots of good folks entering the judiciary. And finally, we do have 4 new nominations. Rafael Ortiz to the position of Parole Board member. I understand Councilor DePalo is going to be holding a hearing on this nominee, or held a hearing this morning at 10:30 a.m. So that one's there. Stephen Kim to the position of Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court. Councilor Iannella holding a hearing today that we're interrupting, so we'll try and move through this. Vanessa Velez to the position of Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court. That's happening today at 3 p.m. We've got Rebecca Figueroa to the position of Associate Justice of Boston Municipal Court. Again,
Yeah, we're gonna make that, if it's agreeable to everyone, April 3rd at 10 a.m.
hearing scheduled for April 3rd at 10 a.m.
To make a motion.
Okay, Councilor Jacobs.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion today that, in doing our due diligence and consideration of granting the blanket pardon for simple possession misdemeanor, for marijuana, that the council holds an informational hearing designed to provide us with facts and information with which to vote on that blanket pardon request.
This has been made and seconded. Can I just get a second? Are you seconded by Councilor DePalo? Under discussion. Go ahead, Councilor Devaney.
First of all, I respect my colleague, but I'm opposed to a hearing. We don't need a hearing. There are people that are waiting. And there isn't any law against what they have been accused of. And it's preventing them from jobs and so much. This was all discussed. The governor said it. She said it so distinctly. She said that it's a barrier to jobs, getting housing, even getting an education, all for doing something that isn't even cause for arrest today. That doesn't sit right with me. It's not fair. It's unfinished business. Knowing we have the power to lift that burden, we should do something about it. There is no need for hearing. If anyone has any objections, when we're voting on it, that's when any person who objects to approving the pardon will talk. But having a hearing is really, I think it's really unconscionable. People are waiting, and there's no need to delay. And imagine, the governor has made this the first in the nation, and there's going to be other states that are going to follow. But we're going to have a hearing just to decide? I don't think so. And I'm asking that we put this on for next week and to have to vote on the pardon. Anyone in opposition talks at that hearing, at that meeting. So there isn't any need to prolong it. People are waiting. And I know all the councils that I've talked to are very happy about this, and they want to respect the governor and get this through as fast as we can and show the nation this is what is right. We're doing the right thing. So I'm asking that we have it up on the agenda for a vote, and whoever wants to object, they can speak, and they won't be timed, right? So that's it.
Just to interrupt. Can we table the motion for just a minute so that the governor can come for the certification?
Sure, I know she's on a tight timeline. If folks don't mind, we'll just table this motion for the minute and we will take it right back up immediately after. If we've been joined by the governor and in our duties to comply with the Mass Constitution. Councilor Devaney, we're going to take up the Councilor Devaney, we're gonna take up the responsibilities we have tied to the new representative that was just recently sworn in, and in compliance with the Massachusetts Constitution and the general laws relative to the tabulation and certification of votes cast in the March 5th, 2024 special election to fill a vacancy in the House of Representatives. I'd like to recognize Councilor DePalo for a motion to record certification that John J. Marcy Jr. has been elected representative in the general court from the 6th Worcester District.
So moved.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Iannella. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Governor. We'll come back to our. That was laid on the table. I'd entertain a motion to take it off the table. Second. Motion's been made to take it off the table, seconded. And we will now go back to where we are with respect to the motion that was made by Councilor Jacobs to hold an informational hearing on cannabis blanket pardons that have been requested. I saw Councilor Duff and then Councilor Iannella.
I stand in support of Councilor Jacobs. I understand the concern, but frankly, this is the first time in history this has happened in the Commonwealth. I know other states have done things like this. I think for transparency and for the public and for procedure, that it's not a bad idea to do. So it is our job, and I just stand in support of Councilor Jacobs.
Thank you. Councilor Iannella?
What's the date of this information?
I think
We
we will
haven't said that. No, it's just to have one. It's just to have one, and then we'll figure out anything that works.
work on that. Yeah.
You're there.
Councilor Kennedy?
My initial reaction was that I didn't think a hearing was necessary, but I support Councilor Jacobs in having a hearing. I think that it's important that the public fully understand what the pardon means and what impact it has on people, as well as the counselors. And I think the only way you can really get all of that out is by way of a hearing.
Councilor Iannella?
I talked to Dr. Charlene Bonner for the parole board. It's up to you. If you want her to come in and just give an assessment of pardons in general, if you're gonna have this hearing, I'm sure she will come.
Love it.
She's been there a long time.
Great suggestion. Any other questions or comments on the motion that's been made? Councilor Ferriera?
I agree. When this was first brought up, I was the first to say, we don't know all the ramifications of granting 69,000 pardons at once. It's never happened before. And I think it's worthy of our time for a hearing to fully explore any ramifications.
Thank you. A point of other comments? Yep, Councilor Devaney?
I just have a question away from this. Can the counselor tell us, you said you have some objections to it? Oh, I thought you had some questions about it. Oh, you can't divulge that before?
Through the chair, so there are some.
That's all, it was just informational.
Okay. Councilor Jacobs, you are more than happy to share any additional comment on the motion that's pending. We've got, everyone's, I think, had a fair amount to say. We do have a motion that's been made and seconded to hold an informational hearing. We'll make sure we find a date that works for the majority on these cannabis blanket pardons request. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. I think that concludes.
I did not vote against it because if that's the will, then so be it. And you'll be chairing it and so be it.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate that. I think that concludes our business, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Councilor DePalo, seconded by Councilor Jacobs. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. All right.
I have one more comment.
Councilor Terrence Kennedy, make it quick, please.
I neglected to mention how fast Councilor Iannella was on the phone with me.
That's true.
And he put it on so quickly because he wanted to get you on board right away.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor Paul DePalo.
Thank you, Councilor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. First off, thank you for your service and for your witness, Colonel, your service and your love to country, even acknowledging things that you work on to improve. And I'm very grateful. I wanted to ask a couple of things. In your application, you talk about crafting dispositions and finding creative ways. You wrote about working to craft careful dispositions that would meaningfully impact recidivism. And I was wondering if you could expand either what you've seen done that you consider creative or what you can imagine done you consider creative that would play some small role in reducing recidivism.
I've seen in my work some very creative things done by individual judges, not necessarily like system-wide.
Sure.
I have seen plenty of my clients, especially in Roxbury, with the really thoughtful judges in Roxbury, I think more so than in any of the other courts in the Commonwealth. Take care to ensure that individuals with, for example, drug dependency issues, opioid addictions, even those types of charges that are not possessory offenses, a lot of them are directly related or indirectly related to addiction and addiction issues. And so for people who come through those doors, who are in the throes of addiction, I've seen judges craft dispositions that will allow these folks to enter, when available, detox and treatment, and use that as leverage to make sure that they get the care that they need. But also, if they successfully complete those types of programs, it goes a long way in crafting a positive disposition that those defendants could live with, such as rewarding them at the end of a probationary period if you successfully complete an entire three-step treatment program that incentivizes them to have perhaps a case dismissed.
And is that, I mean, is the prelude to that kind of a individualized, tailored conditions when conditions are being set?
Absolutely.
Around the procedure, but
I think that dispositions of any case need to take into account someone's station in life.
Is it, from what I hear, sometimes there isn't a bed or there isn't an option to send someone. And as a practitioner, is that your experience as well?
It is.
And so what's what to do in that situation as a judge?
The harsh reality is that in the Commonwealth, there are not enough beds available for treatment. And a lot of times the courts resort to the sheriff's department to house people while they're waiting for beds. And I think to alleviate that, some sheriff's departments have actually started those types of programs even within the jails themselves. So I don't know if that answers your question.
No, I think it's important to acknowledge the difficulty, even when we have the best of intentions. And earlier this morning, we had a parole board hearing and it was brought up, someone serving in one institution versus another. What if they have access to different programming when they come up for parole and this person didn't have access? And I think of it in an analogous way to which county house of correction you may find yourself in the situation you just described. Because I'm not a criminal attorney, but from what I understand, some county houses of correction are very proactive about providing the medical treatment that folks dealing with substance abuse or addiction or withdrawal are going through, and some aren't. So, but I appreciate your acknowledgement of the challenge. We all hope that we can do better on that. As far as your demeanor, your temperament as a judge, and we've heard this morning, and I've read your application. I feel like you have you've spoken of your sensitivity and empathy for folks on their difficult day in court. What would be the standard for you to hold someone, legal standard? In your head, what would cause you to hold someone in contempt of court?
In the military, there's a saying, you salute the uniform, not the man. And so there is a certain amount of decorum and respect that you are supposed to give to, say, an officer of that caliber. Say, if I were a captain and my senior officer is a colonel, but I know that colonel is not a good person, right? On a personal level. But in a professional setting, you still have to salute that person and to give respect to the uniform. The same thing, I think, in the courtroom. There are many judges that over the years I have interacted with, some who I respect highly, like Judge Poole. And there's been a few that not as much.
I wasn't on the council then, so.
However, in the courtroom, it is a deliberative process, and there is a certain amount of decorum that you expect of anyone in the court. And so just because you don't like a judge doesn't mean you can be disrespectful. And I've seen that in the courtroom as well. I think if you take it to an extreme, and someone is really making a mockery of the system, then that is at a time when it's appropriate to consider holding someone in contempt.
That would be an extreme situation.
Yes.
Have you seen such a situation in your time as a practitioner?
Once when I was a prosecutor, I actually saw a litigant spit on a judge on the bench.
Okay.
And I think that would be an example.
That meets your level of, for a counsel to spit. Okay, yes. That seems reasonable. I want to ask you, what do you think about GPS as a condition?
I think it's a tool that the court system uses.
I agree.
And sometimes I believe that because we don't have the resources in the court system to truly supervise someone, that a lot of times it's the easy thing to fall back on.
That's how a lot of defense lawyers describe it to me as well.
But it's also used in order to monitor people who should be monitored.
It has a purpose for sure.
It does have a law enforcement purpose.
When you think of it, what's the primary law enforcement purpose, or what would be the thing that you're like, oh, GPS?
I think in cases where there is a victim in a case, that is where their safety is truly a concern. That is an example of when GPS monitoring would be appropriate in order to ensure the safety of, say, a witness.
And am I correctly inferring from what you said before? Sometimes there's an over-reliance on it that maybe we should check ourselves about.
I think that's fair.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney.
I really in favor of meeting you, and I'll attack you with me. I'm gonna ask you now, you were born in Seoul, but you went to school here? What school did you go to here when you were a child?
So I was raised primarily in the suburbs of North Texas. But after high school, I came up to Boston 30 years ago at Boston College. So I went to BC for my undergraduate studies, my graduate studies, and law school.
With the high school?
The high school, I went to a high school called Jesuit College Prep of Dallas.
Were they priests that were the teachers? How did?
There were priests that were, it was run by the Jesuits.
Jesuits, wow. And that was strict, was it strict?
It was stricter than public school.
I suppose. How many cases would you say you've had?
In my entire career, if you mean how many cases have I touched or handled, I would say it's somewhere between probably 1,500 and 2,000.
Good view. That's great. You had some serious cases. Can you tell us about that? Because we don't hear those kind of cases yet.
I've had some interesting cases in my military career. I would say probably the most interesting ones.
So serious. Yeah.
The most serious ones probably are ones where were during my deployment to Afghanistan. I for a time represented the United States in international tribunal hearings advocating for the detainment of enemy combatants that were basically, in layman's terms, prisoners of war. We don't use that term in Afghanistan because we were not there fighting another nation. So these were either insurgents or terrorists that were, or accused terrorists that would have been swept up by our forces, by the NATO forces. And because we are one of the most civilized countries in the world, we afford even those that we capture certain legal rights and review processes. And so our government would afford these enemy combatants their day in court to determine whether they should be released or further detained. And I would say that was my most serious type of cases that I saw when I was a military attorney.
Well, I served for 22 years on the Commission on Disabilities, and I am especially glad that you have a background. And I'm glad that you went through it because you had post-traumatic stress, which must have been terrible. But I know when someone comes before you, you'll identify with them because whatever their disability is, you've gone through it, you walked in their shoes. Do you see that as a strength on the bench for you to talk to people with disabilities?
Yes, Councilor. I think when I was going through it personally on my own, I didn't see that it would be an asset later on in life. But and since I'm fortunate to be here before you all, should I be fortunate enough to get your vote and confirmed as a judge, I think it would really serve me well because PTSD isn't just something that you experience in war, but I have clients and victims in cases that I've represented in the courts in Boston who suffer from post-traumatic stress, whether they've been traumatized as a victim in crimes, or whether they were traumatized as a child, or whether they're traumatized even on a daily basis in their lives as they live their lives in the city.
Right. And I thank you for your service. That's remarkable. And for people that don't know, it was after 9/11 and you felt you wanted to serve our country. And I thank you for that. Tell me, we certainly haven't won the war on drugs. What do you see in your 20 years experience, your cases that you've had? Is it increasing because it's drug related?
It's definitely increased in the last 10 years. I don't know if it's seeing or if it's pretty much just as bad as it can be. I think it's gotten about as worse as it can be in the last decade. Definitely because of the opioid crisis that we've experienced in the Commonwealth, as well as the rest of the country. There are other drugs that have really ravaged other parts of the country that luckily, things like crystal meth that I haven't seen as much in the city. Most of my practice has been in the city of Boston. I've heard from other attorneys that those other drugs, they're seeing a pickup in other parts of the state. But the opioid crisis it's touched every community in the Commonwealth.
Well, I'm pleased that they have the specialty courts that they've added, the veterans and the drug courts. What do you see in how have they helped?
I've been involved in at least 3 veterans courts in my career in various counties. I know in Suffolk County, we have one in the BMC actually. There's a few the outlying suburbs as well. Depending on the wraparound services that are more accessible to veterans, I've seen a lot of success. I've had clients who are war veterans who their direct involvement in the criminal justice system is 100% a result of their trauma that they experienced during their deployments. And for them, it's a lifeline.
And you've got quite a few awards, haven't you, through the years, and which I think is outstanding. Do you want to tell us about some of them that you have? I know it's hard to talk, but this is your day.
I guess technically I am a decorated war veteran. So
That's a lot. And we thank you.
I've received the Army Commendation Medal. I've received the Global War on Terrorism Medal, the Afghanistan Campaign Medal, I'm leaving out several others, but it's been an honor to serve, and I have received my appropriate awards for those services.
What was we talked about cases that you've had, and you've had complicated cases. Do you want to tell us about, just choose one that comes to mind, but I know that, they're not always successful, and I suppose that stays in your mind, but what is the most rewarding one through the years?
The most rewarding ones through the years, I can tell you, have been ones where I've defended young people, young adults. I can think of one that comes to mind, a young man who was an immigrant from Haiti, came to the US later on in his teenage years with his mother, and was learning English for the first time in high school, and was being teased and picked on because of it from other students. And an incident happened at school where he got charged with a very serious assault type of charge, and it was rewarding to defend him, take it all the way to trial, to beat the case, and to allow him not to get a conviction that would have led to him to be categorized as someone who is going to be deportable.
So what do you see going to a municipal court rather than a district court? What is the difference for you going to that court with your experience?
Councilor, the difference for me is that would be in the city of Boston. It's the city that I love. It's the reason why as you know, I didn't grow up here, but I've consciously decided to put down my roots in the Boston area. And that's because I love the city of Boston, and I love working in the city of Boston. I love defending my clients who come from the pool of the population of an urban population, people who come from disadvantaged backgrounds, who come from immigrant backgrounds, from all walks of life, that I think makes it unique, more unique than want to disparage any department of the district court, but I would much rather be in Boston.
Well, I'm going to ask you something that I believe. Do you believe in racial discrimination in the Massachusetts courts?
Of course.
And so, and how do we change it? I mean, I go out to prisons and I meet with Black men who have been wrongly sentenced. And my goal is to identify those who deserve release, because there is prejudice. And some get life without parole, they're not warranted. So how do you see it can be changed? How can we change that mentality? I mean, someone could sit here and tell me, oh yeah, there is, but what do they do about it? We don't have a crystal ball. We don't have a crystal ball, and people don't know that as a governor's council. So we can have someone there that's as pure as Mother Teresa saying he's gonna be, wonderful to everybody. But then we hear these things when I go out into the prisons and I see how destructive, the courts are. So, how do we change it? How do we change that mentality?
I don't know, I can only speak for myself, but I believe that it starts by looking in the mirror and acknowledging our own biases and be willing to confront those. And I also believe that we could change it one judge, one prosecutor at a time, where the judiciary, as well as the rest of the court system, if it looked a lot more like the people who come through those doors as litigants or as victims and witnesses, I think that would go a long way.
Well, thank you. You've had a long day, and I thank you for the time that you put in when you came out and met with me, and the time you're taking now. And I wish you all the luck. It's so very really unique, a unique, and I can't even say all of it coming all together in military and all the and the ability, and passion, and you put that all together. You could ask for a better judge. So I'm wishing you all good luck.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions, Stephen. We had a lengthy conversation, you and I. I was impressed with your witnesses today. They did a great job, both of them. Your educational experience is fantastic. I went to Boston College as well. No, but I think I see your humility, your compassion. I think you're a great addition to the Boston Municipal Court. And when your name comes before the council, I'll be more than happy to support you. Thank you. Thank you all for coming in, being so patient. And that will conclude here. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christopher Iannella. I will chair the hearing today. Good to see you again.
See you.
At this point, I want to read a letter dated March 20th addressed to the councilors. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Vanessa Velez to the position of Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Sincerely, Maura Healy, Governor. At this point, I'd like to introduce my fellow councilors. To my right, Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney. To my left, Councilor Tara Jacobs, then there's Terrence Kennedy, and Eileen Duff. At this point, I know you have, just before we hear from you, we know you have some distinguished guests. We'll hear from them first, okay, you witnesses. First, we're going to hear from Anthony Benedetti, Chief Counsel Committee for Public Counsel. Good afternoon.
Councilor, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, how are you today? I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on behalf of Vanessa Velez. I am the Chief Counsel at the Committee for Public Counsel Services, where I have been in charge for about 14 years, been with the agency for, at this point, too long to remember. I am really excited to be here on behalf of my colleague, Vanessa Velez. Admittedly, a bittersweet moment because of what she means to us at CPCS and the work that we do. I have known her in a number of capacities going back to when she first joined the agency back in 1999. But I've really gotten to know her in her role as attorney in charge and really in her current role as Deputy Chief Counsel of the Private Counsel Division. I could not be more convinced that Vanessa is an exceptional candidate and would be an outstanding addition to the Boston Municipal Court. I began my career as a line public defender for CPCS down in Plymouth County, spent quite a bit of time in the district courts, working alongside CPCS staff attorneys and members of the private bar. In my capacity as agency general counsel, I spent countless hours listening to the concerns, the challenges, the experiences of those in the legal community. That has continued as CPCS chief counsel. All of these experiences have given me a unique insight into the various needs of the individuals who come before the court, and I believe to assess what qualities are necessary for a judge to be successful. I can say confidently that Vanessa Velez embodies what the Commonwealth wants and needs as a judge sitting in what really is the ultimate community court. First, Vanessa is not only liked, but deeply respected by her colleagues. Every day, she demonstrates professionalism and a profound understanding of substantive and procedural law. Her ability to listen attentively and thoughtfully, consider all perspectives before making decisions, makes her a fantastic leader and an excellent candidate for the bench. Her dedication to thoroughness and diligence ensures that she will approach each case with the utmost care and consideration. Second, Vanessa understands that ours is a system of human beings and their stories, and not just the clients we represent, but the private attorneys who she oversees and supports in her role as deputy chief. Her varied experience, her humility, and maybe most important, her temperament will set her apart in a profession that often faces frustrated attorneys and individuals seeking justice. She understands that for many, appearing in court is not a high point, but perhaps the worst day of their lives. Third, Vanessa epitomizes integrity. Throughout her career, she has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to upholding the highest ethical standards. Her integrity is not just a matter of personal virtue, but a guiding principle that informs every decision she makes. She has the trust and respect of her colleagues, as well as the private attorneys who she has the responsibility for as the deputy chief. Finally, Vanessa is driven by a deep-seated passion for justice. Throughout her career, she has been a tireless advocate for the rights of the marginalized and the disenfranchised. Whether representing clients in court, leading an office as attorney in charge, or in her current role as deputy chief, Vanessa has always been guided by a profound sense of empathy and passion. As a judge in the Boston Municipal Court, Vanessa Velez will continue to champion the cause of justice, ensuring that all individuals who come before her are treated with dignity and respect. I have no doubt Vanessa will tirelessly work to ensure that in her courtroom, justice is not just blind, but compassionate and empathetic, whether a defendant or alleged victim. While this would be a significant loss for our agency, I am thrilled not just for Vanessa, but for the legal system as a whole. I have no doubt she would bring all of these virtues we have talked about today to the bench. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you for your comments and keep up the good work at CPCS. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Attorney Vince Demore.
Good afternoon. My name is Vince Demore, and I'm honored and privileged to be here today to testify in support of Attorney Vanessa Velez's nomination as an Associate Justice in the Municipal Court Department. I have known Vanessa Velez for about 16 years at this point, and I've had the pleasure of working alongside her in a number of different chapters of our respective careers. When we first met, Attorney Velez was a staff attorney in the CPCS Boston office and took appointments out of the Central Division of the BMC, where I was a line prosecutor with the Suffolk County DA's office. Later, when I was a manager in the DA's office, she was a counterpart in the Boston office at CPCS, where she trained, mentored, and developed an entire generation of young lawyers. And now, in private practice, I count myself as one of her colleagues in the defense bar. In each of those phases, I interacted with her in different capacities and in a different manner. But regardless of the nature of our relationship, her intellect, temperament, and compassion has always shone through. While I was a line prosecutor in the Central Division, I personally handled dozens of matters in which Attorney Velez represented the defendant. And it goes without saying, of course, that her cases were always well prepared, properly investigated. She always had a firm grasp of the evidence and the law in her cases. And for my admittedly limited window that I at that point had, her attorney-client relationships always appeared to me to be professional and effective. And of course, certainly she was very well liked by court staff and personnel. There's one case in particular, however, I'd like to talk about today, and I think it warrants the attention of this body and merits the consideration of this council. So in 2011, Attorney Velez represented a man who had a host of open cases. He had a history of aggressive behavior and violent outbursts targeting both court staff and attorneys. At one point, in fact, I had tried one of the cases against him prior to Attorney Velez's involvement, and he had to be physically restrained from attacking me. Can't say perhaps I entirely blame him, but notwithstanding, he had to be physically restrained. And when I learned of her appointment, I was concerned. He had a history of misogynistic and abusive conduct, and I worried, frankly, for Vanessa Velez's safety. But she approached him with the kindness and empathy and compassion that I've seen her exhibit in all of her cases. And one by one, with respect and decency, she brought all of his matters to a favorable resolution. And I can't really stress how remarkable that is. These were the sorts of cases that the clerk had to bring and hold together with rubber bands just to keep those dockets alive. That's exactly the sort of cases we're talking about here. She managed to accomplish something that nearly a dozen prior lawyers have been unable to do. Later, when she was a manager at the CPCS Boston office, she was, in my mind, an effective administrator, an exceptional role model for the young attorneys whom she mentored. And when one becomes a mentor and a manager, you're no longer just an advocate for your clients, you're also a steward for the profession. And Attorney Velez's stewardship helped guide a generation of staff attorneys at CPCS. Her team always exhibited a high degree of professionalism and cordiality towards my own. And to the extent she ever had concerns about the way a member of my team handled a case, she brought those concerns to me and we looked to resolve them. And when I had concerns, she did the same. In short, Vanessa Velez was a professional. And as a result of her professionalism, her team learned that the adversarial system does not require us to be personal adversaries. And I have absolutely no doubt that that she will be an even more valuable mentor with a view from the bench. And lastly, as a member of the bar, her reputation is second to none. As this council knows, attorneys like to talk. Perhaps I've done too much of that already myself. And how many phone calls about a case start and end with swapping of the news of the day? And how many conversations do we have in the hallways of courthouses? And many of those conversations center on the decisions that are made in this very room. And I'm one of those folks that by and large believes that the evidence tends to carry the day in the case. But the lived experience of being a trial lawyer and a litigator is influenced to an incredible degree by that person who's sitting up on the bench and the way that they treat you. And I don't want to tell tales out of school, but I can tell you that in the conversations I've had over the last week, I've heard the same refrain over and over and over again regarding Attorney Velez's nomination. And that's simply, what a great pick. And in some, I'm asking this council both on behalf of myself and as a longtime colleague and on behalf of the dozens of attorneys I've spoken with over the last week to act favorably on Attorney Velez's nomination and give the municipal court department another judge that it can be proud of. I'm happy to take any questions, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kristen Dane.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Kristen Dame, and I am the Director of Private Social Work Services for the Private Counsel Division of CPCS. And it really is an honor and a privilege to be here today testifying in support of Vanessa Velez's nomination to serve as a judge in the Boston Municipal Court. I met Vanessa nearly 14 years ago at a gathering of mutual friends. And at the time, I was working in the Massachusetts Department of Corrections as a clinical coordinator, providing mental health services to men who had serious and persistent mental illness. And Vanessa, as a criminal defense attorney and public defender, was very interested in what I was doing. And I can tell you back then, most people did not share my interest or share her interest, and nobody wanted to talk about it at a social gathering. Vanessa understood how mental illness, substance use, trauma, disabilities, and racial inequities were often at the root of someone's criminal charges. And she also knew how those without support or resources often ended up in prison. It was Vanessa who first told me about CPCS and educated me on the role of social service advocates in criminal defense matters. And I can say without exaggeration that it's because of her that I'm here with CPCS today. Within a year of meeting Vanessa, I was hired as the Northeast Regional Supervisor of Social Service Advocates, which are known as SSAs. And shortly thereafter, Vanessa became the attorney in charge of the Boston Public Defender Office, which is one of the offices where I was supervising. Because of this, I got to see firsthand how Vanessa managed the very many different personalities and working styles of staff, but not just attorneys, also administrative assistants, investigators, and SSAs. Vanessa encouraged staff to follow their interests. She capitalized on their strengths while also giving guidance when needed and setting clear expectations, especially for client representation. I also saw that when difficult situations and challenges came up, rather than shy away from them, she addressed them directly with tact and discretion. These attributes were only exemplified when she transitioned to Deputy Chief Counsel, where, as you've already heard from our Chief Counsel, Anthony Benedetti, she continued to demonstrate skillful leadership and professionalism as she grew and strengthened the 7 units of the Private Counsel Division, my unit being one of them, and for that I am grateful. Vanessa's commitment to holistic defense was not just in words, but in deed. She consistently promoted and supported my work, which had changed from supervising SSAs and staff offices to developing a pool of private social service experts across the state for private bar attorneys to hire in criminal cases. And this effort was to ensure that clients would have access to the same holistic defense support, whether they were appointed a staff attorney or a private counsel attorney. Vanessa also led by example. She was one of the few AICs who consistently utilized social service advocates when she was representing clients. And because of this, I was able to work with her on a few cases. In one case in particular, we had a client with pretty serious mental illness and a significant trauma history. She also had cognitive impairment that directly contributed to her criminal charges. When the client was lucid, she experienced the pain and suffering of losses that she couldn't understand. When the client was symptomatic, she often ended up hospitalized or in jail. Vanessa showed great empathy and patience with this client, and her extensive knowledge of the complex legal proceedings and her willingness to follow her client's lead allowed her to explain what was happening in ways that our client could understand, even when the options were not what the client wanted to hear. And she got our client through a legal process with a favorable outcome. While Vanessa zealously defends her client, she does not lose sight that violations of criminal statutes and criminal conduct harm people and communities. And she also knows that accountability does not mean excessive punishment or giving onerous, unobtainable conditions that are destined to fail. An opportunity to learn and change through a favorable legal outcome can send a powerful message and set someone on a path to achieve their personal life goals. To never have contact with the criminal legal system again. To know what kind of justice Vanessa will be, one can take a look at who she asked to testify today on her behalf. A defense attorney, a former prosecutor, a social service advocate. The makeup of what she would expect or hope to see at a client's criminal hearing. In closing, I just want to add on a personal note that Vanessa is truly one of the kindest, most humble, and wisest people that I know, and how much I value the friendship we have. The person that Vanessa is as a defense attorney, as an AIC, as a deputy chief counsel is not an act. It is who she is as a person. And she is who you would want presiding if it was your criminal proceeding. I urge you to vote in her favor, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Now, Vanessa, the floor is yours. If you could give us a brief indication of why you think you'd be a good addition to the Boston Municipal Court Division.
Thank you. I want to thank
Let me excuse for a few minutes.
Yes, yes.
I want to thank my sister, Dagmari Velez, who traveled from Puerto Rico, and the rest of my family watching the confirmation hearing from Alabama, Florida, and Puerto Rico for their love and support. Thank you to my friends and colleagues here today. Several people have been instrumental during this process. I want to express my gratitude to the members of the Judicial Nominating Commission, the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel, Paige Scott Reed, Deputy Chief Legal Counsel, Dara Kesselhorn, Judge Asha White, Attorney Marty Healy, Chief Counsel Anthony Benedetti, Attorneys Ernie Stewart, Jennifer McKinnon, John Lozada, and the Massachusetts Association of Hispanic Attorneys for their invaluable assistance and support during this judicial application process. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each member of the Governor's Council for your dedicated time and thoughtful consideration. I understand this is a job interview and I appreciate the work you do. I want to thank Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, but most importantly, I am very grateful to Governor Maura Healey for this honor and for entrusting me with this nomination as Associate Justice to the Boston Municipal Court. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. Two of my siblings live in the United States, but the rest of my immediate family still reside on the island. My mother was an elementary school teacher. She's no longer with us, but I know she's here in spirit and proud of this moment in my career. At almost 88 years young, my dad, At almost 88 years young, my dad has no desire to retire fully and continues to work selling farm supplies to dairy farms on the island. I know he's watching from Puerto Rico this afternoon, and I want him to know how much I appreciate his sacrifices and the long work hours to provide my siblings and me with the education, love, and support that brings me here today. Estoy orgullosa de ser tu hija. I'm proud to be your daughter. I came to Massachusetts when I was 18 years old. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna give me a second. I came to Massachusetts when I was 18 years old to further my education, thanks to my parents' hard work and my paternal grandparents' help. My family instilled in me the importance of education, a strong work ethic, the value of contributing to our community by helping others, and the importance of treating everyone with kindness and respect. Upon completing my bachelor's degree at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, I decided to stay, making Massachusetts my home for over 30 years, 20 of those living in Jamaica Plain, a wonderful neighborhood of Boston. A couple of years after finishing my bachelor's degree, I attended the evening program at Suffolk School of Law. During the day, I worked full-time at the Lynn Housing and Neighborhood Development Program, assisting low and moderate income families and individuals with safe and affordable housing. Although I am an American citizen and Puerto Rico is a Commonwealth of the United States, linguistically and culturally, I come from a very different place. The experience of migrating to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has given me sensitivity and valuable perspective in understanding and relating to people from diverse cultural backgrounds. Like people who immigrate to the United States, I too experienced the intimidating process and challenges of leaving friends and family and interacting in another language and culture. An internship at the Committee for Public Counsel Services, Roxbury Defender's Office during my junior year in college opened my eyes to the importance of competent legal representation for those who cannot afford an attorney, and the need for bilingual legal representation of the Hispanic community in Boston. I have practiced law for almost 29 years. I have been a solo practitioner, an advocate, an associate in several law firms, and a staff counsel with the Public Defender's Division at the Committee for Public Counsel Services. I have represented clients in criminal, civil, and administrative proceedings. I have practiced law in different forums: district, juvenile, superior court, provident family court, immigration court, and housing court. I have litigated extensively in the many divisions of the Boston Municipal Court, which provides me with great familiarity with the population it serves. The clients I have represented are mainly indigent, from diverse backgrounds, and facing various life challenges. I have represented clients suffering from trauma, substance use disorder, people who are houseless, disabled, veterans, and those in need of social services and ancillary medical and mental health support. I understand the importance of addressing the specific issues that contribute to a person becoming court involved in order to reduce recidivism and promote public safety. Also, these experiences have taught me the importance of active listening, patience, empathy, and equity, all of which I would bring to the position if confirmed. Since 2019, I have been Deputy Chief Counsel for the Private Counsel Division. I oversee the representation of indigent individuals by over 2,000 private attorneys in Massachusetts. I also supervise a staff of 41 in the 7 distinct units I manage. Among my responsibilities, I work on issues around access to justice and prompt assignment of competent counsel. As Deputy Chief Counsel, I understand the importance of leading by example and creating an environment of collaboration and respect in the workplace. I am also aware that what I do and how I behave sets the tone of the office. I am confronted daily with administrative and legal questions that need answers and a myriad of problems that need solutions. I always strive to be thoughtful, thorough, open-minded, and fair when deciding an issue. I would use the same approach in administering justice in our courts. The Boston Municipal Court serves unique neighborhoods and diverse populations in Suffolk County. A judge's decisions impacts individuals, victims, and communities. My professional and lived experiences provide me with a perspective which will serve me well in understanding the different situations the justices of the Boston Municipal Court face daily and how to assess a situation best when deciding a case. As a justice of the Boston Municipal Court, I would be privileged to serve the community I love and call my home. I would use the power and responsibility inherent in the job wisely, impartially, and with integrity to resolve disputes, effect accountability, and render fair and equitable decisions. I will be able to impact many lives, give people second chances, change the trajectory of someone's life, and actively be part of a system that protects people's rights and ensures our community's safety. My legal career path reflects a commitment to public service. If confirmed, I will be honored to continue serving Suffolk County as a justice of the Boston Municipal Court. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Councilor Eileen Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It's great to see you. Loved speaking with you. I don't have a lot of questions. We really spoke about, as recently as last night, the things that are most important to me. Your work with CPCS, I think, is well prepared you. I am a big fan of CPCS. I hope that you all get big raises at some point. I hope everybody's listening. So I really don't have any questions to ask you right now, but thank you for replying. I think that you will bring a much needed voice to our bench. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Terrence Kennedy.
I've been a criminal defense lawyer for 40 years. And as a result of that, I've never done bar advocate work. I've been part of CPCS, but I certainly have many, many friends that interact with them all the time. I'm going to have to vote for you so they stop bothering me. I feel like I'm about to get a harassment protection order against someone. You have an incredible resume. It's exactly what I'm looking for, somebody who's been on this side, the side that I've been on, that really knows what it's like to stand in with a client, that understands that it doesn't just impact the client, but it impacts their family, impacts their ability to have housing, their ability to have a job. And I think you get that. And we spoke on the phone. We had a long conversation. You answered all my questions. Your counselor is a big fan. He was twisting my arm a little bit with you, well, actually a lot, but he's a big fan of yours, Councilor Iannella. And I'm going to look forward to voting for the next week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Tara Jacobs.
Hi, it's good to see you in person. I may have missed it, but I'm just curious. This room is very packed right now into the hallway. And so I'm just curious who is all here today. I assume in support. Yeah? Well, yes. So can we take just a moment just to hear?
I was going to do that where I'm the chair. I'm going to do it at the end, but thank you.
You're gonna do it at the end. All right. But it's a lot. You brought a lot. And I think it says something powerful about the support that you have and people's confidence in you. I don't have a lot of questions either. I think I'll introduce one area. You alluded briefly in your statement. But one of the areas that I care a lot about is access to justice. And you did mention your own concerns and work around that. In the hearing we held just prior, I had mentioned that I've been spending a lot of time lately listening to people who are in the DA's office and victim advocates and community workers who support and are court involved in doing various kinds of work and listening to their stories. And I heard so many things, but one in particular thing that kind of bubbled up for me, especially in the context of your statement, was the challenge around language, access to justice with language in multiple ways. One being accessibility of language for those who are self-representing or just otherwise participating, who sometimes lawyers or judges don't make the language, the expression of what's going on as accessible as they could. That's one. The other being the area of interpreters was really highlighted for me just what a struggle exists in terms of, I don't know if this is statewide, this was Western Mass that I was talking to and the experiences in Western Mass, but that there's a real lack of available interpreters and that there's a requirement, at least where we are in Western Mass, for people to be in the building before interpreters are called. I don't know if that is a statewide thing or not, but that's their experience. And so the delay, when we talk about access, there's other things too, right? Like transportation. So if you've struggled to get yourself to court at 8:30 in the morning, but maybe you have to wait until 3 for an interpreter to show up, like the impact on your life and things like that. And we talked about other ways in which access to justice language around things like people who have either traumatic brain injury or cognitive delay or whatever, where it's a different kind of a language accessibility barrier. So that was a lot. I just said a whole lot of things, but basically I just would like to give you the floor to speak to it because we talked a little bit about it personally, privately, but I'd like to give you the floor to address your thoughts around what is and possibly with you on the bench, what could be made better.
What I can say is, like you mentioned, there's so many aspects to access to justice, even just starting with being able to enter a building if if you have a physical disability. I know that, the courts right now have a coordinator, Americans with Disabilities Act coordinator. I'm unsure if it's in each court, but my understanding is that, there is one. Language access is extremely important. And it's not just in the courtroom, but also, when individuals need to meet with a probation officer, even just to be able to get to the courtroom. A lot of times it's their first time in court, they're overwhelmed, they're stressed out, it's not their best day. They end up, that has happened at the Boston Municipal Court where they call the case, the person gets defaulted and the person was sitting in the courtroom next door. I mean, all these things happen. So I think it's extremely important to be able to have, language access, to be able to have different ways to communicate what the process is, which I know also the trial court in mass.gov has a lot of information for people to have in terms of when they come to court and what the process is. But I think most importantly, what you need is someone at the bench that is gonna give you the time so that you are heard fully, that the person is going to ask questions and really is going to be able to understand what's going on before making that ruling. And that's something that I would bring to the position if nominated. I mean, if
I appreciate that. I don't have a ton of questions. Thank you so much. And it really is a pleasure meeting you and getting to know you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney.
Thank you again for all the time we spent together, and I learned a lot about you and your family, and I was very impressed. What I like about you is you have the age that I like to see someone come in. You have life experience to bring to the bench, and I like the idea that you'd have pro bono. Don't really have pro bono. They don't have time for it, really. So I do like that. Now, tell me, you've had, there was one here that, if you can explain it to us about the 3 children that were taken away from her. And can you tell us about that, how that evolved?
Yes, that was a very challenging case because the client that I represented had been in foster care since she was 13 months old. So, that experience through the years shaped her. So she suffered from serious trauma, serious mental health issues. She had been, abused. And she didn't have the tools and the skills to be able to raise, her children. And unfortunately, they were taken away. So that was also like more trauma over trauma. And so she had, make some phone calls, make some threats. It was all related to the children. She was just so distraught. But I was, fortunately, I was able to work with Kristen Day. She was extremely helpful in terms of getting all my clients' medical records so that we can have a better understanding, do a psychosocial evaluation to be able to, understand who this person is, her background, what resources we can provide for this person so that she can be successful in the process, in the legal process, in terms of not coming back to court. So it was a very challenging case, but it was a very rewarding case. It really points out the importance of social workers in helping attorneys better understand their clients and also providing the information that judges need to, make a decision in terms of how to resolve the case.
Does the family and children, do they get involved in this?
It was past the time when I met her, the children were already taken away. So the case was related to the fact of how distraught she was by that event, and she had made some threats.
I'm not a fan of them because I have too many stories of 7-year-old, and they visit the home, and he's away at a year-old, and they close the books. And then we had a child, Harmony, that was missing, didn't go to school. So I don't want to get into that because that's not yours, but I just was wondering if they had any involvement in that. So what was your most, you had 1 cases, what stands out in your mind and that it was very rewarding and you're still in touch with those people to see how they live their lives? I'm sure you've done that.
I have done that. I actually have a previous client who was a veteran that I represented in the specialty court and the Boston Municipal Court, the Boston Veterans Treatment Court. He was very young at the time when I met him. He was just about 21 years old. A lot of trauma, both related to being a veteran, but also related to things that he experienced in his neighborhood, in the home. And it took some time to be able to resolve the case. Unfortunately, there were some issues in the road of his recovery. But again, I have to say, it just happens that Kristen Dame also was the person that really helped me and helped this young man to be able to get him the assistance and the support. At some point I needed to get a psychosocial report that I presented to the judge, and that was really helpful in terms of him being able to successfully graduate from the program. And I still keep in touch with him. I think maybe about several months ago, we went out for lunch. I took him out to lunch, and he's doing well.
On your pro bono work, is there a case that comes to mind that you really felt that you made a difference in that person's life? I mean, I can't imagine they're poor, they don't have a lawyer, and they're facing something difficult in their lives,
Yeah, I mean, I will have to say that, for me, any case where, whether pro bono, whether it's a case that's appointed by the court, it does make a tremendous difference in terms of the advocacy that you're able to provide. Just to, be able to change the person's trajectory. And I think the focus, obviously, that wouldn't be my role right now, if I'm confirmed, but I value the importance of being able to not just resolve the legal case, but being able to give the persons the tools necessary so that you reduce recidivism and also, at the same time, keep the community safe.
Now, you have applied how many times?
3 times.
3 times. And that was in the Baker administration?
Yes.
Patrick, maybe. I'm thinking of the date. One of them must have been Patrick.
Yes, a couple of times under Governor, previous Governor Baker.
Yes. So how is it different this time when you went in this administration, when you went before the Judicial Nominating Committee?
It's a different Judicial Nominating Committee. So for starters, it's a different group of people. They all bring valuable experience to the position that they're holding in being part of the JNC. They really obviously care about their work. They care about, issues around access to justice, about diversity. What I can say is that throughout this whole process, because at times I didn't really get far at all, I was just giving an interview. But what I can say is that I really have felt very heard and valued in terms of my work and my application. It's been a very good experience. So I think that the governor has done a good job with both the JNC and everyone else that she has hired for this process, which is very daunting.
Well, thank you for reapplying. And I encourage anyone in the Baker administration that has been rejected to apply again, because this is an open process and the governor is appointing people who are qualified, not relatives and friends and political people. So I'm really pleased about that. And I've seen it in the past. I've seen 3 and 4 times someone, applied and I won't embarrass her to say her name is fantastic and she's still serving. And it is too bad the way that happens. So, so tell me, how do you look at your cases? What, you've been civil and criminal. What do you see in the BMC? What, we'll have more criminal or civil cases?
In terms of my prior experience, I would say the thrust of my work has been in criminal defense. And I've done, civil work in the context of probate and family court. I did a good amount in the Boston Municipal Court.
Mm. So, we talked about so much when I met with you to be repetitious and talk about it again. But you have done a mentorship program. Tell us about that. I think that's wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, when I was attorney in charge, at the Committee for Public Counsel Services, I was approached by someone at the Chelsea High School. They have a program there. It's a work and educational program for students, and they wanted me to give an opportunity for the students to be able to have like an internship at CPCS. So I was able to create it and have students come through the office and expose them to, what it is to be an attorney, to the courts, to criminal defense, etc. That program really meant a lot to me. It was very rewarding.
And that was even a Boston Lawyers Group that you mentored too, right?
Yes. I enjoy mentorship. Yes.
Well, I really don't have any more questions. I really enjoyed meeting you and the time that you afforded me. And I learned all about your family and everything. And I think it's valuable now. And I'm happy to see someone coming in. You speak Spanish. And it's so needed now in our society more than ever. So, you've got everything I look for that I would want in a judge. And I'm so pleased that you reapplied. And thank you. And thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here in opposition to the appointment? There being no one in opposition, that will close that portion of the hearing. I don't have any questions. We had a lengthy conversation in person. You answered all my questions. I just think with your resume, the fact that you come across with you have great character, I like your demeanor, and you seem to be a person of integrity. And when your name comes before the council, I'll be more than happy to support you. Thank you, everyone, for coming today and your patience, because it's late in the afternoon. But again, thank you so much, and we'll take up your nomination probably next week or the week after. Thank you very much.